Hello guys and welcome back once again. We are Singapore's Collegiate Clash Finals of 2021 presented by CMG Arena and also powered by Stat Banana. And yesterday we seen a flurry of matches, right? In the group stages we had back and forth fight. It was really nail-biting as I was casting alongside with Lumos. Let's look at the group stage. Thus far, we have Geiger Counter in the top, Duo followed by Duo Poly, and then Barrier Free Car Park and Tampines Poly. So these four groups will advance to today's games. So let's look at the format that we have for today. We will have actually Barrier Free Car Park in the winners semi-finals of A versus Duo Poly, and also in the winners semi-finals of B, we have Geiger Counter versus Tampines Poly, and whoever that wins this match would actually goes on to round 2 in the winners final. So let's bring on our casters for today. We have Lumos as well as Trifundus. Hi guys, yes, do introduce yourselves to the viewers, man.
Lumos, please.
Hi,
okay,
yes.
Lumos.
So yeah, I'm Lumos, not Minecraft Lumos anymore. Someone
sure?
was making around like a tracer yesterday. But apparently now I'm Gay Pride Day Lumos because this has all gone wrong somehow once again.
Gay Pride Month. Okay,
Yes,
okay.
yes.
Oh, now
Gay Pride
you're
Month.
back.
Yes, Pride Month. Anyway, okay, it's back to normal. Yeah, but I'm Lumos, and back to cast once again. And alongside me is Try. Say hi.
Hey, I'm Triple, and it's a pleasure to be back casting for this winner's semifinal. Can't wait to see the massive plays that's gonna go down in about, very shortly.
Yes, very shortly indeed. Okay, so the games that we're gonna watch later is gonna be Duo Poly versus Barrier Free Car Park, where we had, basically yesterday there was a bit of a snafu between Duo Poly and Barrier Free Car Park of the group stages round 1, where we had basically a walkover for for Duo Poly, where Barrier Free Car Park did not actually show up to the game. So, it was a forfeit sort of thing, and that was what won Duo Poly an instant win over Barrier Free Car Park. But however, since yesterday's grudge match or match wasn't concluded, so today we actually see both these teams facing off each other. So Lumos, let's start with you. Do you have like any thoughts or any favorites, or who do you think is gonna win for this matchup?
Yeah, my thoughts are that Bubble Kitty is a real talented player, but clearly not talented enough to play 2 games at once. Yeah, Valorant and Overwatch. I think he was busy with another tournament in a different game yesterday during the first match, and that's why he wasn't available. I think both teams are very strong. Barrier Free Car Park obviously has a ton of big names, really high hopes coming to this tournament. But the Duo Poly showed up yesterday and just put in some great performances across the board. So it will be a very close match. If I had to predict one team, I would say Barrier Free Car Park. But it could go either way.
Okay, how about you? Instead, Try, do you have like any favorites or anyone that you think that's gonna take the champion for this round?
Champion. It's a very tough one. And I was looking at, as what Lumos said, Bubble Kitty's performance is anything.
It's McCree.
It's nothing short of outstanding. Like every hero that he played yesterday just showed us like a brand new level of awesomeness or some form of epicness. Whatever he's on, I want some of that for my competitive games. So I think I'm a huge fan of Barrier Free Car Park, but we'll see. I mean, Geiger Counter is very strong, and maybe even the Polytechnics might surprise us. We never know.
Okay. All right. Okay, let's look, however, at the lineup for Duo Polytechnics. They actually have quite a good tank lineup here. We have Ski Savant, Apple Tree, Chroma, Osiria, Melvon, as well as Nibrino. And how about Lumos? You introduce the other, unknown team that we have in our roster here. We have Barrier Free Car Park.
Yeah. Well, let's take a look at the lineup. Actually, I do want to say that there is a role swap going on for Duo Poly. Apple was on support yesterday, and now it's moved over to playing tank. And Melvon's coming in for the support role. I think Assyria's moved from tank to DPS, in fact. So a bunch of switches there. A bit hard to keep track of what's going on, but these are great players. I'm sure they'll do great in whatever role they choose. So yeah, all right. Let's take a look at the next roster then for Barrier Free Car Park. No big surprises here. All 6 players present this time around. M5 and Xenofly tank line, some great plays yesterday, some absolutely huge moments. Bubble Kitty and Deadpool, they need no introduction. A very famous DPS lineup in the local and regional community. And Croissant and Claire, the alliteration support duo.
Okay, however, let's talk about what has transpired in the group stages. We had Dover actually having a win, probably a walkover on Barrier Free Car Park. Then we have a win over Tampines and HOW. And also, they did actually lose a game to Geiger Counter. So Geiger Counter is actually looking to be like a strong contender in this finals thus far. And it seems like for the maps they have lost, it seems like they have lost Nepal, so I wouldn't think that they are too keen on Nepal. However, on the side of Barrier Free Car Park, we have a win. They won against Tampines and 4 times lecture speed. So no surprises there. But however, they actually did lose against Geiger Counter. Geiger Counter has been, thus far proving themselves to be undefeated thus far in the tournament. So Havana, Numbani, not their greatest strength. And looking at what we've seen yesterday, Lumos, like the lineup or the tank lineup, they were playing a bit of dive, a bit of sometimes they had the Rhine Zarya going on. Like, let's look at the map pool in the first place. Like, what do you think is the King of the Hill map that's going to be played, and what lineup do you think that Barrier Free Car Park would utilize in this best out of 3?
Well, of course, we have moved to the playoff stages, which means, just like how Overwatch League does it, it's losers pick maps. But for the first map of every series, we have the highest seeded team choosing maps. So this, I believe, is actually a Dover Poly's pick of Lijiang Tower. I think, we'll see no big surprises here. No team's going to try any funny stuff. The Wrecking Ball, probably not the double shield. I expect some fairly standard stuff. The Reinhardt, the D.Va, the Reinhardt Zarya, and maybe some of the Lucio, Moira, Winston, D.Va sort of rush comms that we've seen a lot as of late.
All right, how about you? Try like any, do you have like any lineup? Like, because we've seen like what Lumos mentioned, Barrier Free Car Park, nothing too surprising there. Is there like any cheese that you might think might be plausible to work against Barrier Free Car Park? Maybe Dover could pull off some Symmetra?
Versatility wise, I think seeing Bubble Kitty play yesterday, he might actually go with a Pharah. So I might see a Pharah on the side of Barrier Free. That said, though, I think Exil, when I was playing against him last year, they were trying out some sim strats. So strat might come out here. We don't know.
No Torbjorn? No cheesy strats?
Nah. Torbjorn is very, very unpopular here because of the space.
Yeah, that's true. So, okay, guys. Lumos, we mentioned yesterday, like you basically you think that Barrier Free Car Park is probably gonna win in Lijiang, but it seems like they haven't been winning a lot of their what do you call that, the King of the Hill matches thus far, and it seems like usually when they win is a comeback situation. So do you think that they will face an issue against Dover, because Dover did essentially get a win against Geiger Counter as well in the King of the Hill?
I mean, more than that, right? This is the first match of the day. Some teams probably not fully warmed up yet. Still a bit rusty, still a bit sleepy. Gamers don't really wake up till like 5 p.m. And control maps are so control maps are so chaotic by nature, so unpredictable. If you lose the first fight, someone puts a foot wrong, you lose the first fight, and the whole map just goes wrong for you from there. Cheese strats wise, Symmetra, it's a bit of a meme, but at the same time, become increasingly popular. Night Market with double shield, or just TPing straight to point on Lijiang Gardens. That sort of thing. We've seen a lot of it as of late, so I wouldn't be surprised if either of these teams, or even both of these teams, goes with something like that.
Okay, I would really want to just touch on, the patch notes that actually went live on June the 3rd. We have a bit of changes to Baptiste as well as Echo, because the ultimate charge cost has now increased by 15%. Do you see like Echo being a viable pick as far as Lijiang Tower goes? Because it's, traditionally a Pharah-centered or Pharah-heavy map. What are your thoughts about Echo being used for Lijiang?
I mean, definitely. Echo is still a strong pick here in Lijiang Tower, mainly because it is a stronger combat person in disguise, stronger than Farah. I feel mainly because her kind of jetpacks have a smaller cooldown, and her sticky bombs are just so powerful. And I've seen Echo versus Farah, and most of the time, unless you're a really good Farah, Echoes always win the fight. So Echoes are still strong here, but maybe it'll take longer for ultimates to kick in. But I think
That is true.
yeah, Echo is
But,
still very viable.
Yeah. But in, let's say, Lijiang Gardens, right, you have Echo as well as maybe, do you see a Mercy? Echo Mercy usually goes along quite well together. How about the tank lineups if, let's say, you'll be playing an Echo Mercy into Lijiang? Let's say Gardens, for example.
I'd very much like Diva Winston, because if, say, the opponent has a counter Echo Mercy, at least the Diva and I, me being the Echo, can harass the Echo in the skies, pin him, make sure he stays on the low ground so that my Winston can finish him off. That sort of thing. Yeah.
That is true. That is true. Okay, guys. I'm not sure if you're ready for the next match that's about to happen. So the first match is gonna be Lijiang Gardens. So we're gonna let's have Lumos as well try to take it away with the match.
Thank you very much, Teddy. Yeah, you were talking a bit about the Echo earlier. Honestly, Echo is kind of hard to play without a Mercy Pocket. We've seen teams do it in Overwatch League, but it's a bit of a Frankenstein clomp. You think Rush, you think Dive, you don't really think of Echo. You think of Lucio Moira, you also don't think of Echo, right? So Echo, it's a lot stronger when you have a Mercy Pocket, but of course it doesn't really fit some of these other composition archetypes, right? If you want to play really fast with a Winston Diva, you need the Lucio and you need that burst healing. If you want to play a Reinhardt Zarya sort of comp, you do need, again, that burst healing and the speed from a Bap Lucio. So it's a bit awkward to make Mercy work in some of these comps, and as a result, Echo's effectiveness is a bit limited too. So yeah, if we do see like an Echo Mercy or a Farah Mercy, I expect some big variations in the rest of the composition from whichever team pulls it out.
I would like to point out though, Asparagus yesterday played an amazing Genji, and you realize they didn't really have a nano to back him up on that nano blade. So, Echo Mercy may not be the pick for any other teams, but an Echo on its own may still be, somewhat of a possibility.
Well, yeah, absolutely. But it is not the easiest composition in the world to pull off. Well, anyway, we're about to get underway. Lijiang Tower Gardens.
Both keep starting with the
yes.
sim.
The Symmetra. Is either team going to stick with the Symmetra? Looks like they aren't. And
It looks
it's
like
mirror
a first mirror
composition.
match.
Yeah. We
The
haven't
only
seen,
difference,
a lot
though-
of mirror matches so far this tournament.
The only difference is the coalescence from Kassan and Nibarino on Peace. As I say that, Bubble Kitty is the first to get a pick on the Rhine. That's a really huge pick. I'm assuming Battlefield Carpop want to push this, and they do. What a strong push in from Xenofly already. Bubble Kitty just mopping up the kills.
Yeah, look at that aggression coming in from Battlefield Car Park. They know they have to play quickly with the Lucio Moira, and no hesitation. After getting a pick on the Reinhardt, I think Deadpool was on actually 1 HP there. Gets out with his life intact. He's going hunting for Assyria, who picks up a health pack. So the reinforcements are here for the rest of Battlefield Car Park, and Assyria will fall. And someone's internet connection has fallen apparently. Looks like it's the main support for Dover Poly.
Win trading.
Oh, well, that's pretty early to give the game away. If it is win trading, looks like Nibarino left us briefly. He's back. Oh, but we're going to cut away from the game for a moment anyway. Yeah, some early technical gremlins. Earlier we said it's the first match of the game. Stuff can go wrong, and seems like a bit of hiccup so far.
But it was very interesting. Like, even in that one fight, we saw Battlefield Car Park was non-stop dominating over Dover Poly, and I'm not so sure if it's indicative of what this series is going to look like, but they did show us an explosive start.
Yeah, and you will see that Battlefield Car Park, I think, went for the bridge. They crossed the bridge and got to the point first. And I think the Dover Poly was sort of stuck in that white room a little bit. And generally, that's not the best place to take a fight. You're always fighting into a choke point. always having to push out into more damage into the area of space that your opponent controls, and that may have contributed to the main tank of Dover Poly falling a bit sooner.
Yeah, and I mean, I guess it's just the control battle of the space right now, as we see how Barrier Free Car Park just made full use of those chokeways, alleys, and Xenophiles just around the whole map. Crazy what runs through his mind as he rushes to cut people off LOS. Not so sure. That guy is next level. I can't really comment.
Yeah, and I think it's also interesting to point out that both teams running out with a Brawl comp or a Brawl Rush sort of hybrid comp with the Reinhardt and the Lucio, and it's a big AoE healing from the Baptiste or the Moira. And normally you see those sort of compositions with a McCree and a Mei. You wall someone off, you rush into them, kill them, that sort of thing. But here both teams actually opting for the Tracer, so not the most conventional pick in a comp like that. The Tracer obviously doesn't have the same sort of consistent damage, from a slight off angle that a McCree can put in. You don't get the wall, which is a very good win condition in a comp like this. Instead, the Tracer, much more skirmishy. She can go off, do her own thing, not so reliant on the teammates. So to me, what that says is that both these teams have great confidence in their DPS to carry, to make plays, and to really, find value on their own. That's an interesting thing to see.
I think maybe what Barrier Free Car Park wants to do with their Tracer is harass more of the backline. Because we saw briefly Xenophi's POV, how he just wrapped around the back there. And I think maybe Deadpool might be able to capitalize on Xenofly's, just random harassing and actually get a pick off their backline. I think that's what they're trying to do with their Tracer pick, but I'm not quite sure about Dover's Tracer pick right there, because Osirio was kind of taking the off angles from the start. I think maybe he wants to try to get an early pick. I'm not too sure.
I mean, Dover Poly was running the Baptiste Lucio backline as opposed to Barrier Free Car Park running the Moira Lucio. And the one thing that one of the advantages of Moira is that she has this fade cooldown, this fade ability on a pretty short cooldown. So if a Tracer gets a bit too close to comfort, just press shift and get somewhere safe. And the Baptiste on the side of Dover Poly, not quite that same luxury. If someone harasses you, if Lucio isn't quite next to you at the point in time to boop the Tracer, where you could be forced to use your immortality field, this very valuable ability on a long cooldown. So the supports for Dover Poly do have to play quite a bit more carefully with the threat of a roaming Tracer in the backline.
And I mean, Lassant can just beam Tracers down. I think, that's still also a viable thing to do. We don't really need to shift away as of yet. And I mean, so maybe it's just as you have surmised. Barrier Free Car Park might be a bit more aggressive than Dover. So we shall see.
Yep. So some technical difficulties here, a bit more than anticipated. Seems like we've had multiple disconnects from either side. And we've had to restart the entire map just to again make sure everyone's in safely. And surprise! It's a different point on Lijiang that we're going to.
Night Market.
Night Market, yes. Well, this is one of the places where the Symmetra really does work. If you have double shield or some other form of heavy spam damage, and you can establish a presence on the points nice and early, that could be what you need to set yourself up for like a very long and comfortable hold on point. So let's see if Dover Poly sticks with this Junkrat.
I think Barrier Free Car Park would know how to fight this, but yeah, they're not sticking with the sim.
Yeah. Oh, Dover Poly actually.
Oh wait, yeah, they
Dover Poly. Yep, teleport straight to point. Here we go. Well, Skeeterman loses his mech very early on, and the baby Diva, Pilot Diva, dispatched off just as quickly. Dover Poly are set up on the point, but they're taking so much poke damage from Bubble Kitty, who finds two. The turrets are doing a bit of work, being a slight distraction, but it's nowhere near enough. And Barrier Free Car Park will steamroll their way onto the point. So, pretty quick first fight there. You saw what Dover Poly were trying to do quite clearly, but it wasn't enough.
Yeah, and I think those early picks really help Barrier Free Car Park push in. But is it just me, or is the stream lag?
Yeah, I think it's not just you. It's going a bit wonky on my end as well. You do see... Oh, here comes the
I
engagement.
mean, I'm seeing just bits and pieces right now. I don't know what is going on, but Bubble Kitty I think has popped a high noon somewhere, breaking Skeezavan's mech as if it was paper. I don't know what's going on.
Not entirely certain. Well,
It's pretty scrappy.
yeah, it's pretty scrappy. It a couple of ultimates invested at Barbarian Free Car Park, but you're fine with that. Oh, they've actually made their way. Okay, yeah.
It's finally back to normal, I think.
Yeah, it's back to normal, and Dover Poly has taken a point while that's happened. You will notice they've swapped over to the Sombra because the Symmetra much less useful when you're trying to retake a point as opposed to hold on to it.
And Nasura already has 90% all charge.
Yeah, I mean, the EMP is so critical. Oh, here comes a bomb, could be dangerous.
Early bomb from Xenofly catches no one, but however, Claire boops off Skeezavan off his mech, and both divas down for both teams. Ampha already on the point. But Bubble Kitty is the one who finds both Chroma and Melvon. Allows Deadpool to get the pick off Niborino there. Dude, this guy is just, I don't know, he's clicking heads or...
Yeah, it was a pretty cheap fight win for Barrify Car Park. I'm not sure they used a single ultimate there. Not too many invested from the side of Dover Poly either. But that's fine. Here comes the EMP. It's countered nicely by the sound barrier from Claire on the Lucio, but Ampha will still fall in the meantime. And counter ultimates coming out now from Barrify Car Park. Xenofly lets the bomb go. Only finds the mech.
But Osira gets picked off. Osira picks off Xenofly while trying to remake. The bomb gets Skeezavan's mech, and that allows Deadpool to set up for a huge death loss and killing off Niborino and Chroma. They're dying right now, but Melvin is the only one from Double Poly getting that response pick, but unfortunately he dies as well.
Yeah, but a pretty big investment of ultimates there from Double Poly, but Barrify Car Park, I think they had pretty much 6 ultimates ready to go, so they were ready to respond to whatever Double Poly threw at them. So, last fight territory now, we are in overtime. Barrify Car Park chasing Double Poly into the point from their side of spawn. And now it's just going to be clean up for Ampha, running forward, cleaves through the members of Dover Poly, and that will be the first point going the way of Barrify Car Park.
It isn't still one-sided. We love to see that. We love to see that fighting spirit from Dover Poly. Unfortunately, they only got 40%, but that's still pretty good against a semi-finalist, IVGF semi-finalist.
Yeah, and they clearly had the right idea of how to retake a point once the Symmetra defense stopped working, to go over to the Sombra. And it didn't quite work, but you could see the idea behind that composition swap.
And we're back
back to Gardens, where we started.
Where it might end. Who knows?
That is true, it might end. And we are, as a reminder, doing a best of 3 best of 3 matches here, so the ties could be over after just 2 maps, unlike yesterday. So some of these matches could go by fairly quickly. Let's see what Dover Poly has to offer in response.
Chroma gets the first pick of Croissant.
That's a good start.
With their main healer down, Dover Poly can push this in Barrify Car Park can or must retreat, and they are doing so. However, they are rotating. Someone is rotating on the far right. I think that might be Deadpool. While the rest of the team charges past this bridge.
Yeah, Barrify Car Park don't want to give the point away to Dover Poly just yet, but Asura wins what looks like a 1v1 with Deadpool in the back line. Fight still going here, the Immortality Field is used by Dover Poly, so that's that cooldown gone. They do get rid of Ampha and Xenofly, so no tanks left for the side of Barrify Car Park, and this will have to be a reset.
Beautiful first fight from both teams, however questionable.
Oh, what's this?
High Noon gets Apple out of mech though. That's really good. So now Barrify Car Park can actually retake this.
You're right, it's great value from an unexpected dead. I am pretty sure Apple was not expecting that to come through.
Oh, but here comes an Matrix, and you don't want to fight this beautiful Matrix by Niborino there. Allows Chroma and Apple to pick up Bubble Kitty, and Apple can now actually take the remake here. We can only see, I think they're just trying to and yeah, Apple gets a boop off Deadpool, and Claire just resets.
Yeah, it's a great proactiveness coming out from Dover Poly, using the ultimates to negate the manpower disadvantage that they had. You can see Assyria just looking around. He knows that there's going to be a Tracer appearing there at some points. Actually, the entirety of Battlefield car park is going to be coming from that side.
Dover Poly looking really strong. Nice deny there by Xenofly. However, Assyria catches Bubble Kitty off with, and there's a huge shatter from Skizavan catching 4. And just like that, Battlefield Car Park has to reset yet again.
Oh, what a turnaround. In this map compared to the previous point, everything seems to be going the way of Dover Poly. All of the ultimates are connecting. No, apart from that one little hiccup with the DMAC, the Deadeye, it's just been smooth sailing so far for Dover Poly. As Battlefield Car Park will once again try this white room approach. Let's see if it goes better for them this time.
I'm not saying anything, but Nibarino's early DC there might have been a bit more tactical, as both sound barriers are popped along with an Ant Matrix, but it'll be Bubble Kitty who'll be finding this first pick on Skizafan. That's really big. However, Assyria constantly landing pulse bombs, breaking off Ampha's shield and his will to live as he falls. Bubble Kitty gets high noon by Assyria, however, gets cut out, and Bubble Kitty clicking heads right now. He just snaps Nibarino's head right off his neck there, and Deadpool gets that clean kill on Chroma.
Yeah, no, everybody popping ultimates and cooldown right there. Very nice Matrix to try and deny the entries from Battlefield Car Park, but the NTU side just using the beat to engage the Russian to point. There's a counter beat, but maybe it doesn't land on the main tank of Skizavan. He falls, and the fight slowly goes the way of Battlefield Car Park. Nice attempt at flash over the shield. Doesn't quite connect, but it does force the Matrix out. The immortality.
That is a huge shatter from Skizavan yet again, picking out 2, and that allows him to get 2 picks, both on Bubble Kitty and Moira.
Yeah, this round so well played from Dover Poly. They just, know exactly what they need to do. Oh, this Heck Lucio probably not going to last very long.
And we're going all the way here, I think. Even on the first match of the series, Bubble Kitty just trying to help his team, but he just falls to Chroma. Chroma rising up to the challenge here. He sees Bubble Kitty and he takes the challenge.
Well, I suppose Dover Poly needed a map to sort of a point rather to wake up a little, and they came back with a vengeance on Legion Gardens. So
And
interesting to see both teams. Yeah, perhaps don't know what part they may have played, but both sides sticking with the Reinhardt-based composition even on such an open map like Gardens. So it goes without saying they will stick with that composition as well here in the really tight and enclosed point of Legion Control Center. Showing off a Path to Pro spray there. So the TP once again from the Symmetra for both sides coming out. No surprises there, and Dover Poly are sticking with the Symmetra. Assyria.
It'll be Deadpool swapping to the Reaper, and that's gonna be really good in these close quarters as Skizavan rushes in to try and take out Ampha, but he lives. Oh, but that's short-lived. But however, Deadpool at the back line picking up Chroma there, that's gonna be big. Player takes out the Sim. Apple micro missiles Deadpool down right now. Bubble Kitty trying to save this team fight, but I think, yeah, Battlefield Car Park is gonna win this first initial team fight with lesser members here. Ooh, Ampha dangerously low yet again. Bubble Kitty trying to deny this. It's just non-stop fight after fight.
Yeah, but crucially, Battlefield Car Park did get control of the point at the very beginning, so all this while the control percentage is ticking their way. Early I feel goes down from of Dover Poly, but they do capitalize and take down Ampha. Xenofly also loses his max, so no tanks left for Battlefield Car Park.
Deadpool picks up Chroma yet again. Apple with a big bomb on both Claire and Xeno. Bubble Kitty.
Yeah, the right house is dead for Battlefield Car Park, so nothing to hide behind there for Xenofly and for Claire. So they will fall, getting approximately 1/3 of the capture, progress needed on this point. Dover Poly still with the Symmetra. Obviously, you do want to play together as a tight unit with the Symmetra. The Reaper a bit more free to flank from the side of Battlefield Car Park. It comes a Deadeye for the Bubble Kitty. Actually, they're just going to wait. Oh, a bit speed high noon there, maybe from the side of Overwatch. Doesn't find anything. Oh, there's Symmetra in trouble.
Oh, you don't want to take this fight if you're Symmetra. And Deadpool can just clap Wasura away. And it looks like Barefree Carpark, yes, they are gonna win this fight here as Deadpool just mops up the remaining members of Dover Poly. What a huge start and a bit of an overstep there by Assyria on that sim.
Yeah, I think Dover Poly just got a bit disconnected there because, you know, I think only the Deadeye was invested by a Barefree Carpark. So a very cheap fight win, but they managed to pull the tightly knit unit of Dover Poly apart and find kills, pick the members off one by one.
And Matrix goes down first, but it'll be Deadpool who find the kill on Skidavan. And with that, despite both sound barriers being popped, it'll be Barefree Carpark winning this team fight yet again.
Empha playing with fire there. He went down to pretty much 1 HP, but he got the kill on his opposing main tank. Now 66% on the board. This could be last fight if this drags on for long enough here at this choke. Here comes the beat and Gage. Oh, Barefree Carpark need to kite this.
Oh,
Shatter
doesn't connect. Yeah, it gets cancelled and Skidavan can just plow through, chopping away at Bubble Kitty. Assyria can now finally get the kill on Claire. Apple just cleans up Deadpool. The members of Barefree Carpark desperately trying to stall this, and they can't. No, but they can't recontest it as Empha is the only remaining member there.
And Dover Poly with the aggression there, the sound barrier engaged. Barefree Carpark not quite quick enough to disengage from that, as Coston not quite quick enough to run away from the Deadeye. Chroma arriving within line of sight of the spawn of Barefree Carpark. Oh, that's a different problem. Asura gets caught up. They're making
with the fat boost, man.
There goes the main damage loss from Dover
and
Poly.
He had ult too. Here comes the high noon. Xenofly's bomb takes out the immortality field. Does not allow Bubble Kitty to get that pick there on the high noon. But Chroma finding the kill on Ampha. Skidavan takes out Deadpool. And Dover Poly can actually hold this yet again. And this is kind of scary because Assyria has his tire. And unless they deny it.
The tire could be big. Oh, here they don't want to let them get in the door. The early tire comes out, wraps around the outside. The field
Chroma picks up too. Oh, no. It looks increasingly bad for Barefree Carpark. Dover Poly. A sound barrier being popped here. Overtime right now. And could this be another 5-minute hold? I'm not so sure, but Claire is dancing around the point. Deadpool picks up Asura, but a sound barrier is popped. An Ant Matrix high noon goes down. Oh, the Shatter connects with 3, but doesn't allow Chroma to get the pick. Nibarino picks up Bubble Kitty. Skidavan MTDing Ampha. Chroma kills Claire. And there's no one to dance around the point. Xenofly can barely touch this. Dover Poly rising up here.
Well, it wasn't looking good for Dover Poly, was it, on control center? But, you know, after they get the recontest off of a very nice beat and speed and gauge, they were just able to hold on to the points from there. As we see Skisman then an absolutely massive shatter. Everyone just lined up nicely in the hallway like a row of bowling pins. And yeah, no more main tank. We've got quite a few main tank play of the games, haven't we? This competition already. It's quite rare to see.
I mean, maybe, but at that point, it was Melvon who actually set up the shatter for Skidavan there, because Melvon, I think he both booped Empha away and killed him, so it double denies the shield, and it allows Skidavan to get those repeated nice shatters. Wow, like really, that is such a surprising outcome.
Yeah, and of course on the retake of the point by Dover Poly there in control center, both Reinhardt's going for the off shatter at the same time, but Skis were just about landing his a fraction of a second earlier, and that single-handedly turns the team fight for Dover Poly, and it turns the entire map. So back and forth stuff here, but the mini reverse sweep will be completed by Dover Poly. They will take it 2-1 on control center, so it's match point pretty much.
Yeah, and this is gonna be really interesting to cast. We were just talking, right, Lumos, like how we really expected Barefree Carpark to win or like clean sweep, but this is everything but so far.
Yep, well, our players are going to take a short break, as are we, but we won't be gone for long. We'll see you back on the other side of this advertisement break. And we're back. We promised it would be a short break, and it was a quick break, I hope. So going to the second map of the series, as we alluded to earlier, it's loser's pick this time around. So no fixed map pool. Barrier Free Car Park, didn't manage to win Lijiang, so they have the map pick of Collegiate Industries on Assault. Now, we didn't see Assault for any of the 5 rounds yesterday, but we thought the playoffs, a pretty good opportunity to bring in some of this last map type that we have not yet seen. So, Try, what do you think is interesting to watch about an Assault map, especially in professional play?
Oh, I hate Assault maps so much, actually. Because, it's really anyone's game. I've seen like a 12-12 on this map, and I think most likely these comps that we'll be seeing could be both poke or rush. I mean, I really don't know. It really is anyone's game.
Well, I mean, I do hate playing on 2CP as well. No question about that. But in organized team play, it's quite different, right? If you can count on your teammates to not just constantly feed, into point B like one at a time for 5 minutes, it can be not that bad a map type to play. And 2CP maps have, of course, given us some really iconic moments in the past in Overwatch League and even in pre-hour professional gameplay. So let's see if any of these teams can, help us recreate the magic of Assault maps here today. It will be Dover Poly against Barrier Free Car Park. Barrier Free Car Park will attack first, bringing out something different already. Empha is on the Winston.
Yeah, and this is the rush, semi-rush comp that we're seeing versus, I think, somewhat of a poke from Dover Poly. So, yeah. Oh, this is going to be really a treat as Skizavan takes that first pick of Empha. What is going on with Skizavan today? What a drastic change.
Yeah, it must have been a hack, I think, from Assyria on the Sombra onto the Winston of Barrier Free Car Park. The Sombra just popping up in the kill feed over there. So, probably not expecting the Sombra, honestly, if you're Barrier Free Car Park, right? Who runs the Sombra with a Reinhardt? It's not conventional at all. But, they are aware of the threat now. Let's see if they can approach this any differently.
It is definitely doable, and I think Skizavan is only getting these picks because his team enables it right now. And we see the flank from Deadpool. He's going on the high ground. Skizavan dangerously low as Immortality Field is popped early and destroyed. Skizavan dangerously low, trying to hold the shield for the team right now. Everyone is dangerously low, and Matrix gone. Empha, however, Apple managed to get the first kill on Bubble Kitty, and with Bubble Kitty gone, that's a big chunk of DPS gone. However, Empha popping his Primal Rage, big shatter on the side of Skizavan, wipes out the remaining members of Barrier Free Car Park.
And it was looking pretty good there for Barrier Free Car Park. They forced Dover Poly, all into that small room. A flank coming on the right from the Reaper and the Winston just holding off main. But the healing coming through from Niverino on the Batiste is just so fast. I think he used that Matrix and he's already halfway to another one. Empha popped the Primal Rage. It lasted about 2 seconds before it was bursted right down. Here comes the Syrah with the EMP. But they see him coming.
Car Park, though, does have one tick. Oh, but that's quite bad for Ampha. He gets picked there, and then Bubble Kitty, early reset there.
Yeah, a bit of spy checking would have done some good for Battlefield Car Park. It's not spotting the Sombra, just running up literally from right behind them. The 5-man EMP, I don't think Claire had the sound barrier anyway. But yep, a clean, you know, cheap, relatively cheap fight win for Nova Poly. So
They
Battlefield
do
Car
have
Park,
it now, though. They do have that sound barrier now, yeah.
they do have quite a few ultimates to work with, including the
But
Death
Ampha
Blossom and the
already
Bomb.
hacked, unfortunately, and Matrix is popped. Can Xenofly get anyone? No. But that does force a sound barrier from the side of Malphon. But Skeezavan will be the one who takes out Deadpool. Xenofly a bit of takes out his counterpart of Apple there, but Skeezavan takes out Bubble Kitty with both the DPS gone. Can they still flip? The answer is yes, because Battlefield Car Park manages to finally get this point here.
Yep, and they invest the sound barrier and the Diva Bomb at the same time just to push into the room where Dover Poly were hiding. And from there, you know, Dover Poly had basically no space whatsoever to work with. Assyria, not great for farming an EMP. Chroma, you know, the McCree, no off angles to work with. And that's how Battlefield Car Park takes that fight. Assyria accompanying Deadpool up on the elevator. He's got the EMP ready to go. Oh, now's a good time to pop it.
Oh, that's big. Catches 6, I think, and Ibarino DPSing there, catches Ampha. Chroma with that huge high noon on Croissant, and with that, slowly but surely, Battlefield Car Park has to reset here.
Oh, I don't understand how Assyria is getting away with this. He's just standing there and no one's looking for him. He's just walking up behind the enemy team and hitting Q. So I think Battlefield Car Park do have to invest a bit more resources to checking for the Sombra. They find the Sombra that time around, but you know, they need to do it at the crucial moment when she has EMP and deny that perfect setup coming through from Dover Poly.
Here, Apple finds the opening pick on Bubble Kitty. Ampha again dies shortly after. I think they're doing such a great job of trying to single out Ampha here because he doesn't have a single chance to use his Shatter. And then I think Bubble Kitty, he plays really close to Ampha. He as well dies, you know, very, very fast.
Yeah, that time around, the Amp Matrix doing all the work as Syria, you know, gets back to farming, gets out of his life, but the Amp Matrix just nowhere to run for a Battlefield Car Park and just stood there and died, really, soaking up a ton of damage. Coming in soon with the Coalescence, that's how they will use this push, but Nibarino almost catching up the Croissant with that Amp Matrix charge. Chroma gets 4 of the flashbang. Oh, the shatter is absolutely massive, but there's a bomb going into the back. Here comes some counter ultimates, but
a symphony of ultimates being
symphony of ultimates indeed. And at the end of the day, well, it's the EMP and bomb combo. A combination is old as time, really. And Dover Poly have to invest perhaps a few more of those ultimates than they would have liked, but they do continue to hold and keep it at no capture progress at all for Battlefield Car Park.
What is happening today? They were probably making those huge roster changes, completely changing the tempo of yesterday's game.
Yeah, very good job. And oh, look, Bubble Kitty has to swap Sombra to match this EMP, to match the Sombra play from Assyria. So an interesting switch right there.
He was Sombra in the last fight already. Croissant's opening up there with a Coalescence and manages to get Xenofly out of his mech. And Xenofly gone, Ampha might be a pretty easy target right now. Deadpool tried to flank there. Can't catch anyone. A sound barrier popped on the side of Dover Poly. Wait, Assyria is down, and that's a big EMP on the side of Battlefield Car Park. Maybe can they push this? Chroma says, no way, Jose, as he takes out Ampha and Deadpool. And Skeezavan takes out their main healer. It's so sad, but there's only 2 remaining members from Battlefield Car Park. Can Xenofly do this? Maybe he can.
Wow.
He gets his remech. Can he get the Diva mech kill? Oh no, he doesn't. And Dover Poly just trying to desperately stall this Ampha coming back on the ball. And that is huge.
That's an insane fight. That the baby Diva actually doing unironically so much work there.
Deadpool
Syria doesn't have the EMP.
Apple gets pooped off the map by Ampha. And Skeezavan finds no people with their shatter right there. It's Deadpool pops his ult on an empty backline. And Battlefield Car Park manages to take that round with 30 seconds left on the clock.
Well, everyone's talking about Baby Diva Remix. No one's talking about the work that a pistoling Baby Diva can do as a Xenofly single-handedly stops the Syria ready from charging the EMP. Sends him back to spawn. Asura comes back out just to stall and gets taken out very quickly once again. So he never got that last sort of 30 to 40% needed for the EMP. And on the other side of things, Bubble Kitty's EMP was great. It caught some overextended members of Dover Poly. Chroma doing his best to clutch things out and pull things back in favor of Dover Poly. But at the end of the day, Battlefield Kabak just consolidating on point nicely. And they take this point with 28 seconds to go. It wasn't looking great for them, but they seem to have found the clutch factor at the very last moment.
Seems like they're sticking with the comp that allowed them to get that second point. I mean, that just makes it really, really hard for Battlefield Car Park's remaining members to find angles to both poke and, dish out damage while not receiving any damage. I don't know, man. I really don't know about this comp.
Emphasis on the Wrecking Ball, which I do believe he's a bit of a Wrecking Ball specialist, so this may be more of a comfort pick sort of thing for Battlefield Car Park. But of course the Sombra on the other side will shut that ball down pretty hard. Having said that, Dover Poly are not rolling out with a Sombra. Here comes Emphasis, sneaky from behind.
Doesn't get anyone, and Bubble Kitty, I think that's a first hack on Asura going down, and that's a huge chunk of your setting up gone.
Yeah, I think Empha's sudden appearance in the backline just split the attention of the tanks of the Dover Poly just a bit, and the May of Asura for Dover Poly just getting isolated ever so slightly. Bubble Kitty, good farm there. Oh, actually gets Chroma. Okay,
and Asura
bargain for.
Asura changes to Sombra here, so it's a Sombra v Sombra, and I think the Sombra against a ball might be very, very good.
Yeah, it's an anti-Empha pick.
It is an anti-Empha pick.
Deadpool also showing us something different with the Echo, as Empha nearly catches out the Reinhardt for Dover Poly, but the rotation is completed successfully. That window is going to scare away everybody from the set of Battlefield Kabak. Xenofly can't get out in time, he gets D-Max, and Empha also taken down, isolated on the attacker side of that choke, and no tanks left suddenly for Battlefield Kabak. So just one M Matrix doing so much work for Dover Poly, and this defense is not going to hold, I don't think.
Yeah, Neighborino really shining here as the star support of Dover Poly, and not even, I don't think we can classify him as support anymore, as he's more of a DPS at this point. Assyria very dangerously close to his EMP. Oh, but both Sombras actually have EMP now.
So it's who gets the better EMP, who EMPs first. Can one Sombra cancel the other Sombra's EMP? We're about to find that out in the next 5 seconds.
Oh, that's a huge duplicate though on the side of Battlefield Car Park. Managed to get the duplicate before the MP goes off, and that allows him to stay in his mech. And the fake Echo already has his bomb, launches it, catches no one, but that's okay because that point is safe and secure. As they
and you said that Deadpool got his clone off, his duplicate off just as the EMP hit, and that was absolutely critical because Bubble Kitty had his EMP cancelled. Or either that or it hit absolutely nobody on Dover Poly, but both Sombras, investing EMP there, only the side of Battlefield Car Park getting hit with the EMP, so that could have gone very wrong very quickly for Battlefield Car Park. But yeah, the duplicated Diva doing so much work for Deadpool.
I mean, we are approaching yet another fight from Dover Poly right here, and that's a Shatter catches no one, but a huge nade lands onto them while Soundberry is being popped. Xenofly catching two on Apple and Melvon, and that's pretty big. Half your support line is down, and yet another big nade. However, Xenofly, oh, baby diva. Oh, is this a baby diva diff right here? As Dino is just really bringing that World Cup aim.
I think it might be. Probably was another baby diva kill right there onto a Reinhardt, no less. And Battlefield Car Park, now they've sort of stabilized a little bit. Both Sombras again have EMPs. Let's see if Bubble Kitty can get his EMP off successfully this time. But the Wrecking Ball on the side of Battlefield Car Park just necessitates the higher tempo of play. They really have to disrupt.
Bubble Kitty?
There we go.
Bubble Kitty? Nice. Everyone walks into Bubble Kitty and he just needs to press Q. And with that, like almost all of Dover Poly is hacked. That's a huge stagger from the side of
Yeah.
Dover Poly there.
I mean, speaking of disruptions, right? You see Dover Poly run forwards, Emperor rolls into them, knocks them backwards, and everyone gets hit by the EMP. So perfect setup for the side of barrier-free car park. Also, they are running the Ana, of course, so that's something different. She's able to stay a bit further back, just pumping that single target healing into the tanks. Can dodge an EMP more easily too, I would think. So good adaptations coming through from barrier-free car park. But now they will have to contend with the EMP from Assyria. Let's see how they path and spread out accordingly to avoid this.
Empha does have his minefield here.
Minefield, yeah.
Xenofly is trying to spy check. Translocator, very questionable on the side of barrier-free car park there. Oh, but Chroma gets the kill on Xenofly along with Skizavan. But his ult does catch off Apple. And that is both divas down from both teams, but it'll be Deadpool who reigns victorious, just showering the enemy with bullets from his revolver. And Croissant though, hello? It's battle the support Sneeb versus Croissant.
Well, yeah, both teams really coming to play. There's some great macro sort of planning from both teams. You see, Dover probably knows they can't just press Q with the Sombra EMP because barrier-free car park are so split up. So what do? They invest the Deadeye and the Amp Matrix to start with, just trying to disrupt the setup from from barrier-free car park, force some members into vulnerable positions. But you know, they get split up at the same time. As Diva Bomb dropped by Xenofly, they can't capitalize fully on the EMP, and the kills go the way of barrier-free car park. So straight in, Skizavan, gets absolutely melted.
Questionable bubble, questionable jump.
And Bubble Kitty lets go of another EMP. Does get stunned in the middle of it, but doesn't matter. It does go off, and the kills will all go the way of barrier-free car park. So this hole is turning out to be very, very impressive for NTU.
Barrier-free car park now has successfully forced Skizavan off Reinhardt. So this really does give barrier-free car park here a chance to win, because clearly, apparently, his Winston was not as good as his Ryan.
Well, you know, it is hard to push for Reinhardt into third point of Skya. This ball's in a bit of trouble. He's anti. Can he get away? Can't get away.
Ooh, Ampha. And Asura almost wanted to stick. I wanted to call that out right now.
Yeah.
Isolating everyone off the point. And what? A nano boosted Diva catches Skizavan, and that's really big. Deadpool manages to stun Asura, and Asura falls. Diva Bomb on the side of Dover Poly catches no one right here, as Ampha is back and is going to power drive into every single one of them.
They're not going to let him get away. They're just going to go for these cleanup kills.
And they shouldn't, because it's 10 seconds on the clock here. Can they even touch? Skizavan touches.
Yeah. He managed to touch, and the baby, the Lucio does take out Xenofly, but it's alright. As I'm not sure the Wrecking Ball actually managed to touch the point, or otherwise he got booped off quite quickly. But either way,
cooldown reset, I think.
Yeah, possibly. We have touched it a bit too early, but barrier-free car park just doing such a great job on defense, showing us the ability, showing us the understanding of how to play around the Wrecking Ball and the Sombra. Into a Sombra no less. So that's just some really great play coming out from barrier-free car park. They will tie the series up and will go to a decider map.
Yeah, as we've seen there, really a multitude of comps being even some kind of, as Lumos likes to put it, a Frankenstein comp being played on both teams, and somehow barrier-free car park had the better Frankenstein comp, winning with that ball. Coming in clutch for NTU there. Yeah,
I mean, Ampha is a ball player. That's his favorite pick, I do believe. He saw a lot of the Wrecking Ball from Ampha during last year's IVGF tournament. So no surprises, perhaps see him pull it out once again. And it's not the easiest pick in the world to make work. If your team isn't playing around you, isn't playing around your engagement and your power drives, it can be very difficult to get value as a Wrecking Ball. But the rest of NTU is stepping up and playing around their main tank player, and they will tie the series up. So that was a great map to see. And we will head into a hybrid map, I believe, for our last map of the day. Well, our last map of the round, actually, not the day. It's a bit early.
This is kind of like a tiebreaker here, as we head over to King's Row. And King's Row is such a beautiful map. I absolutely King's Row is the crowd favorite right here. So what do you think are the comps that that could be played here the most?
Well, this is not a Wrecking Ball map, is it? If Volskaya Point B was one,
every map is a Wrecking Ball map.
Well, if you try hard enough and you're good enough, perhaps you can make it work. But Reinhardt comps definitely much more prevalent traditionally on Hybrid. So we will see, I think that is the choice of Nova Poly, and it's a smart choice, right? We've seen them do better with the Reinhardt comp relative to the Winston or the Wrecking Ball comp, so I think they're just playing to their strengths, trying to force Berry Carbach into playing some more suboptimal compositions, right? If they want to run the Wrecking Ball, or even to the Winston, that may make things a bit harder for them. It's not so easy to get value from these high mobility tanks, these dive tanks, on a map like King's Row. So I think we can definitely see what Dover Poly is going for here.
Yeah, and even in the professional league, we've seen so many great compositions being played. So it's really, they have a myriad of compositions to pick. So it's we'll only see what both teams would decide to go with as we head on over to this next map pretty soon.
Yep, well, we are going to head into King's Row shortly. Can expect lots of Reinhardt D.Va compositions. Honestly, this has been the bread and butter of both teams throughout much of this round so far, particularly for the side of Dover Poly. And it's really up to Berry Car Park to try and make something different happen, right? To either show us a better showing on the Reinhardt style compositions, or to come up with something inventive, maybe a double shield. Maybe you do after all go with the Wrecking Ball, maybe you just do some Moira and run at them. But they'll probably have to try something a bit different if they're going to make this work.
Do you think a Widow will pop up here?
I mean, it's entirely possible. It does allow you to avoid that, close range, a very brawly style of confrontation between Reinhardts. And, if you have the personnel, you have the hit scan talent to put it off, it's absolutely worth a try. On attack at least, where you can go back and swap if things aren't working.
Ooh, Assyria going up with that Hanzo. Yeah, this is a really good Hanzo map. You can just shoot down this one choke, and people would just instinctively walk to your arrows. So, yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Hanzo could be a very strong pick. Of course, the Dragon Strike is pretty good on this map as well. When it's so narrow, everyone's in one line, one straight foul. It can do a lot of work in splitting teams up. So, Berry Carbach, no Widow. Just going with actually Dover Poly attacking first, my bad.
Assyria probably got a headshot. Because look at that alt charge. 29% already for Assyria. 45% for Assyria.
Yeah, he's just going to work on that opponent Reinhardt shield with this Hanzo. Berry Carbach.
Those flicks.
Probably want to deny him space to do that. They are taking this close range fight quite proactively here on the statue. They do use
Leaf already has Stand Matrix, and it's being used right now for Dover Poly to push in, and there's a response and Matrix, but it'll be Assyria who gets the first pick on the Deadpool. And with that, strangely, Dover Poly is retreating, but yeah, and Skis about nice pick onto Bubble Kitty. He just knew, I guess. Wall hex, nice storm arrow onto the D.Va there, and everyone would just, like I said, just walk into your arrow.
Yeah, I think the M Matrix earlier, the first M Matrix on the side of Dover Poly, just forcing Berry Carbach into a disengage. They nearly get the full disengage, but as they come in with their own M Matrix, who does get picked off, they push forward, get the kill on the opposing Reinhardt, but the closest spawns mean that Dover Poly eventually do clutch it out.
Assyria with another headshot on Bubble Kitty. I don't know how he's finding these picks here, but it will be Ampha Xenofly combo killing almost the entire half of the Dover Poly. They managed to hold this choke here, and this gives space. This gives so much space for them to regroup here.
Yeah, I bet Dover Poly weren't expecting that aggression to come out from Berry Carbach after they'd lost one member of the team already. But you know, very few Kabak pushes forward.
Oh, Dragon forces everyone off their position. So counter Soundberry has to be popped right here. Chroma. Oh, Skizavan actually managed to get a good shatter, catching a lot of people. Skizavan, Pepega charge, but it would be Deadpool with that Death Blossom managing to catch up the rest of Overpoly, and they hold yet again.
I mean, that fight went back and forth so many times. As the last few fights have gone, Chroma and Assyria now making some swaps, going over to Reaper Doomfist. When you are fighting in that tiny little choke with the payload blocking line of sight through the choke, Hanzo's a bit harder to make work. So the fight
really though, because this might be worse though for Overpoly, because Deadpool can now just farm off both Assyria, and yes, my prediction does hold true. However, that's not really needed because Overpoly can finally find his opening by killing more members of the team. Nibarino really stepping up here, taking out Xenofly, and yeah.
Yeah, I think Barrier Free Kabak got a bit greedy there. They tried to recontest at the choke when they were still missing some members, and the M Matrix comes on, isolates the two tanks from Barrier Free Kabak, and they're just never able to get back into a stable position after that. But they will be able to take this clean 6v6 team fight. Bubble Kitty with the Deadeye gets denied by Apple's Diva. Oh, they followed the Reaper.
But it'll be Skizavan who'll be MTDing yet again, taking out Ampa with a Fire Strike. Sound Barrier is popped. Deadpool's the only one, you know, stopping this card, but he falls shortly to Assyria, and they can actually finally push this the second point.
Yep, and you know, the fight going the way of Overpoly. Clearly, this team looks more comfortable on the Reinhardt compositions as last-minute contest comes in.
Oh, big shadow from Skizavan yet again. But it'll be Xenofly who'll be catching off Malvan somehow. The counter sound barrier on the side of Verifree Car Park as they try to recontest this. Deadpool, however, still falls despite this. And this gives Assyria just a chance to go, Chroma, go back into their backline, Death Blossom for free. And everyone is just trying to desperately hold this card at the 2-minute mark, but slowly but surely. And again, Verifree Car Park will fall eventually.
And being a bit annoying at the end, we'll stall the cutout for a few more seconds. But to no avail, he'll have to go back, I presume, to the Reinhardt. Yep, there we go. Assyria and Doomfist, you know, just throws a wrench into the mix. How do you deal with the disruption, the CC coming in from this Doomfist if you are Verifree Car Park? It's so much to watch out for.
Actually. With Deadpool. Deadpool is a perfect counter. What was that? Xenofly with a big poop on the Nibarino. Oh, but Deadpool, nice Death Blossom. Oh, Xenofly really helping and just lifting, you know, Verifree Car Park on his shoulders as he boops deep off the map there. Oof.
Well, it was the Deadeye from Bubble Kitty that did so much work. I think it definitely split Overpoly into two, and the rest of Verifree Car Park just choosing one side to go on and take the engagement. So here comes Odin, and Matrix may have been slightly misplaced from Croissant to very far in front. Libri noticed much better, and off of that Matrix, the rest of Overpoly just going to push forward.
Yeah, and I was actually saying, so Deadpool is a perfect counter to Assyria, and Assyria's just falling in every one of these team fights, but really, other than that, Deadpool is kind of a low impact on these fights.
Yeah, I think just not able to find the tempo needed for the Reaper to get into close range. Having said that, well,
Deadpool once again finds a very good pick.
Yeah, Bubble Kitty. Well, I think Apple just sacrifices his mech to deny the rest of the Deadeye, but kills will be traded out. The barrier is forced from Verifree Car Park, ironically, but it's just the Reinhardt left on the point now for Overpoly. The cleanup will come through, and Overpoly still want to fight this, but they're definitely running out of steam. Empha go over to the ball once again to stall. He's going to go back to the switch. And yeah, it is harder for a Doomfist to set up now, right? You can't really take many flanks when the payload is all the way at the back of point. This just gives Bubble Kitty and Deadpool a bit more room, a bit more breathing space to cover the angles that they need. Here comes the M-Matrix.
Oh, the M-Matrix.
Just
oh, it just melts to that. And Xenofly trying to get this bomb. Can he do it? He catches both the Immortality Shield and Melman, and that is big. Apple takes out Bubble Kitty, however. Bubble Kitty actually picked off Assyria, and that's a big counter bomb catching off two, both Claire and Xenofly. As Ampha goes once again back to the ball. Nice Death Blossom on the side of Fairfield Car Park. Catches out their opponent's Reaper, but is it all for naught? Maybe or maybe not. Apple.
All about the stall now if you are Fairfield Car Park.
Apple is making the stall negligent as Fairfield Car Park cannot touch the point.
Yeah, I mean, it looked good when the bomb just caught one out, and a few more kills went in the way of Battlefield Car Park. Obviously, the spawns are so much closer for the defender there on the last point, but Overpoly just able to back off for a little bit, come back and regroup, and deal with the ultimates coming out from Battlefield Car Park, and eventually they get enough of a numerical advantage to push through the payload with 29 seconds remaining. It's an almost identical time bank actually to what Battlefield Car Park kept for Sky with. Just a fun fact.
Yeah, but this is a really close fight. Overpoly only has 30 seconds left, so all that Battlefield Car Park needs to do is cap it all the way. And regardless, both teams, if they cap it all the way, if Battlefield Car Park caps it all the way, both teams we will head to another round on King's Row.
Indeed, and well, Battlefield Car Park clearly not looking that comfortable running the Reinhardt. Empha showing the ball. In fact, they may just stick with this because Valkyrie's on the Sombra and they do have the Ana Brick support lineup. So, Battlefield Car Park thinking that it's time for a change. Something very different. I mean, that's pretty much what they ran over Sky, to be fair, but to bring that out on King's Row, that's certainly quite innovative.
This is very good, actually, because this gives both the DPS so much space, and we've seen how Deadpool and Bubble Kitty work miracles when they have so much space.
Yep, Claire switching over to Lucio. Not much value from the brick.
Bubble Kitty getting early hack onto the Rhine.
Oh, that's a nice collapse with the Wrecking Ball. Photos of the Immortality Field right there.
Oh, and Assyria gets caught out. I think being the only member trying to flank here, Deadpool, with that sixth sense there catching him. But Nibarino does take out Xenofly's mech. Huge power driver from Ampha. Again, destroys Skizovan's shield, and with that, Battlefield Car Park has the space needed to push in here. Desperately trying to solve the point. Yeah,
Xenofly doesn't matter.
It's nanoed for maybe some early all charge, and Battlefield Car Park very, very strong.
Yeah, I think Nano charges quite quickly in this composition that Battlefield Car Park is running, so no harm in letting that one go a bit quickly. But yeah, Overpoly not entirely sure really how they were going to deal with this new approach coming out from Battlefield Car Park. Enough of that, it's a very quick point A cap. The cleanup is still continuing, so this payload phase may just come down to one. This streets phase may come down to just one more fight at the very end, because Overpoly will need some time to regroup and recontest this.
Yeah, and they're pushing up really far forward, which is kind of good. It buys, Battlefield Car Park so much of space here, and we saw how Battlefield Car Park managed to chip off 2 minutes of the time bank from Overpoly just by playing this choke. So this gives Battlefield Car Park...
EMP! There we go, massive!
Yeah, Chroma gets to pick a Bubble Kitty, but the damage has already been done as Deadpool can now mop up Assyria and Chroma. Oh, sorry, Assyria's still alive. Chroma is dead with the high noon, and Skizovan gets a zero-man shatter. Ampha trying to harass the backline even more. Deadpool just clicking hits, taking out both the support line for Overpoly, and Battlefield Car Park almost uncontested in this.
Well, I mean, you see that it was the easiest EMP in the world, Bubble Kitty, because Overpoly didn't have the time to clear out that high ground. Couldn't take the time to route out the staircase you're seeing here on the left and clear out any potential Sombra or Wrecking Ball that may have been hiding there. The fight did take a bit longer than expected. Overpoly almost get back to recontest, but they're not able to do so, and they will drop a Lucio on the way out. It's not over yet. Oh, that's a beautiful combination. I think the power drivers from the Wrecking Ball.
really making big plays with his nades. There, his nades just found so many people.
Yep, and that's forced a bit of a switch actually from Dover Poly. Skis one over to the Winston, something a bit more mobile to do with the Sombra, get away from the Sombra more importantly. As Empa trying to hold this high ground, here comes the minefield. It's going to be huge, it's going to get so much value.
It doesn't really catches anyone, but Deadpool now get the kill on a very low Melva, and Rampo responds with a big Diva Bomb. Catches both Empa and Bubble Kitty. And Empa manages to get a kill finally on the Skizavan, but
well, they're turning the fight.
Yeah, they are still turning this fight, so it is still anyone's game at this point. Empa showing dominance here on his Wrecking Ball.
Oh, this Reaper stall, this Reaper death is so bad. They needed that Death Blossom on point. This Deadeye is...
It's a big zoning Deadeye. Big boom from Empa allows Deadpool to get 3. Oh, this is high level communication right here. Oh, this is really good for Battlefield Car Park. Time bank of 4 minutes, 36 seconds.
I mean, was that push amazing or what? He just came back in. You know, I don't know how the Diva Bomb from Apple caught 2. They caught, you know, the Sombra and the Wrecking Ball. You think those 2 characters would get out of the way safely. And you think, you know, Dover Poly can turn the fight off of that. But Battlefield Car Park just, they reconsolidate the remaining members of their team. They get together, stabilize, heal up, and just so efficient with the way that they call targets. So efficient with how they use their ultimates to combo their ultimates and get huge value out of what they had, what limited resources they had. So just very, very solid play from Battlefield Car Park, and they are rewarded with a massive time bank, 4 minutes and 26 seconds.
Yeah, Dover Poly really lined up there for Empa to get that boop off. It's like saying, boop me please. Because they were trying so hard to avoid, you know, that high noon, but they just didn't keep Empa in check.
Well, the ball coming to play. We said it would be hard to make it work here on King's Row. Well, Empa is certainly making it work, alright. And actually a swap from Dover Poly. It's Apple playing the Winston and Skizavan on the Zarya. So the double bubble from Dover Poly, something completely different. A Chroma on the edge, so it's like a long-range poke comp, undoubtedly is what Dover Poly are running. And they break this defense.
We finally see the Echo Mercy, but it gets shot down by Xenofy, who's no stranger to this comp. And for a big power drive onto Chroma, and with that, Deadpool can now just mop Dover Poly up here with his revolver. Oof.
Doors and corners kid, they didn't check the flank. It was a free flank for Bubble Kitty on the Sombra. He almost catches out Assyria, but Assyria recalls in time.
Nice reaction by Assyria there.
But he must know now that it's a Sombra there, which will compromise Bubble Kitty's location ever so slightly. I think M5 slapped in the back.
Oh, Xenofly takes out Apple, but Chroma takes out Ampa. But Ampa can quickly recontest this because he's the ball, and Xenofly manages to catch up Skizavan there. Claire takes out Asura, and this is kind of the Hail Mary as Melvan just tries to desperately touch this. Oh,
they couldn't get anything going there, Dover Poly, with the double bubble composition. Just no time for the backline to set up, no time to coordinate a dive with, you know, the burst damage from the Echo, together with the Winston going in with the Zarya bubble. Perhaps this team not too practiced running a double bubble, having been forced onto it, and away from the Reinhardt comp that wasn't really working against the Wrecking Ball. So this is going to be a miracle hold if they can pull it off. 4.5 minutes for Battlefield Car Park, you know, to use a Sombra EMP with Power Drive and a Deadeye to get just 1 tick.
Realistically, all that Battlefield Car Park has to do is just get 1 pick. And because like the spawn for Dover Poly is so far away, you know, Battlefield Car Park can just keep recontesting because they have the spawn advantage here. And with 4 minutes on the clock to cap 1 tick, I don't know about you, man, but normally I've never personally full held here.
Well, it's either desperation or inspiration for Dover Poly. as we see the double shield coming out. Just to
That was very good.
deny, just to hard deny, I suppose, the Sombra EMP farm. I suppose that's what they're thinking of. The Deadpool brings out the Widow. Been wanting to see the Widow all day.
Yeah, Dover Poly is no stranger to this, so Deadpool has to swap to a McCree. Xenofly already aggressively taking it
out.
Yeah,
That's it.
Deep, and that is game. Yeah, that is game. Ampha picks off 2, but they forgot about the point. But they couldn't touch anyways.
Yeah. That point couldn't have been kept any quicker if Dover Poly were all starting in spawn. Double shield
capture point.
Yeah, I mean, what is there to say about that? The momentum from Barrier Free Car Park absolutely immense once they got this attack going. You see that Deadpool.
No, that's not Deadpool. That was all Ampha.
That was all Ampha. The wrecking ball there. Ampha. That's exactly how a wrecking ball should play. That's exactly what you want from a good wrecking ball. I mean, and I'm glad that we got to see a wrecking ball, played at a high level, not just as a stall pick in this map. We haven't seen much of it this tournament, so it's great to see some more variety, some new looks shown by Barrier Free Car Park.
Yeah, absolutely beautiful. And you really got to commend Syria for playing Echo Mercy, because that's something that we talked about at the beginning of this stream. Echo Mercy is very strong, but as you said, they just failed to set up. And it is very hard to set up on an Echo Mercy in 1 minute. So yeah, but still, it was a good attempt from Assyria.
Good attempt at adaptation, but as you said, the double bubble comp is a pretty slow comp. You can't just all press shift and go. You need time to set up, to farm energy for your Zarya, to get your Zarya on the high ground, and just rushing in there like that generally doesn't work. So that didn't go quite as planned for the double bubble comp of SP, of the Dover Poly. They will be knocked down into the lower bracket, but thankfully it is a double elimination tournament or format that we have on the second day. So we will in fact be seeing Dover Poly in our very next match, because we are bringing to you the lower bracket semi-final. It will be between Dover Poly and between Tampines Poly. In the meantime though, before that, let's wrap up this match with a Player of the Match award. It is going to none other than Xenofly. Yeah, I mean, we've talked so much about the D.Va play coming out from the team to this tournament, but in particular from Barrier Free Car Park. It's a bomb. Absolutely critical on this point of Volskaya to gain the momentum that Barrier Free Car Park needed to hold onto this defense. I believe this is the clutch. Yes, this was the clutch Baby D.Va play. And Asura, man, you can't just walk in a straight line like that. You are going to die to a Baby D.Va even.
Yeah, I mean, say what you want about Ampha's ball, but it was Xenofly that was consistently dishing out those huge plays, and yeah, giving Ampha to run amok with that ball.
And you don't normally think of the self-destruct as, the biggest ultimate in the world. It's not the highest value ultimate in the world. Sometimes you get DMAC this D.Va and you go, oh, well, I'll just press Q and get it back in like 5 seconds, right? So to be able to consistently get value from your self-destructs just adds that additional win condition for your team. And it just adds this additional channel through which you can win the team fight that wasn't going your way to try and get back in the ultimate economy game. And so that's what we saw, I think, there from Xenofly. So congratulations, you will take our first play of the match of the day. But we have some more matches coming up for you. Obviously, that was just the beginning. So here's a quick update on the other scores, on the other half of the bracket. The clean 2-0 for Giga Counter over Tampines Poly in the other winners semi-final. So Giga Counter and Barrier Free Car Park, they will go through to play in the winners final, the upper bracket final. We won't be bringing that match to you on stream because we have scheduling and time constraints. We will, however, show you the losers semi-final between Dover Poly and Tampines Poly. Both teams probably will be out for a bit of revenge, out for some, some vengeance after losing the upper bracket semi-final.
As Tracer likes to say, have I had that feeling of deja vu? Because this is double deja vu right here.
Absolutely.
We've got semi-finalists yet again, and we've got the Polys at it back again. So yeah, it'll be interesting.
It will be very interesting to see. It was a bit of a roll yesterday, to be honest. But let's see whether Tampines Poly has anything in store for us. Well, we're going to take a quick break. let our players get into the lobby, let our admin sort things out, and when we come back, we will have the losers semi-final.
Hello, welcome back once again to the Singapore Collegiate Clash Finals 2021. It is presented by CMG Arena, thanks Fraudy, and also powered by Stat Banana. And joining me today is Lumos as well as Try. Lumos, that was certainly a back and forth match, a bit closer than either of us could have predicted, right? I mean, like, Ski Savant, he was popping off with the Reinhardt in the beginning, and then we had all the Sombra shenanigans, and then it came down 1-1, and it was a tiebreaker in King's Row. People were trying to meme around a bit too much. We had some, cool bombs by so-called Singapore Poco, but, it doesn't really pan out. But yeah, what were your thoughts about the match earlier? We had like crazy EMPs and crazy dead eyes and whatnot, man.
I mean, it's Overwatch from the very beginning, sort of the game where, you can pick your hero to suit your playstyle, you can swap heroes mid-match to counter what your opponent's doing, and a lot of the times it doesn't really pan out. You insta-lock someone and you stick with him the whole way throughout a game of competitive ranked, and then you get set and go play quickly afterwards. But, I mean, I think this match really showcased the best of what, having two tanks in the game, may I add, allows you to do, and the best of what having such a variety of tank heroes in the game lets you do, because you start out with a Ryan matchup, kind of clearly goes the way of Ski Savant and Dover Poly, and then we see all these swaps coming in, and they're not just random swaps, right? Obviously, anything with Sombra in it sometimes does look like a Clown Fiesta, but I'm pretty sure behind the scenes it's all measured, it's all penned out carefully. Barrier-free Kapak knew exactly what they were doing with the Sombra, and they were able to make it work. The Sombra and the ball, just changing the tempo entirely, changing the sort of kill zone in which you want to take the fight, changing the style with which you play, the space that you control, all of these things just completely, shaken up and mixed up with Barrier-free Kapak, and it worked out perfectly for them as they were able to come back and take the series 2-1. So that was very enjoyable to watch.
All right. So let's I mean, how about you, Try? You saw like Dover Poly, they were having they were playing a bit more traditional tanks. They didn't opt to use the ball, like, something a bit more funky, like what a Barrier-free Kapak were playing. What were your thoughts about the tank lineup of Dover Poly?
Yeah, I think definitely the tank lineup for Dover Poly was definitely very scary, as we can see this replay right here. Ski Savant, you're showing that real Rhine difference, if I can say, on just showing his dominance on the Rhine. But I really believe it was kind of Apple who really set up those sick shatters for Ski Savant. And I mean, dude, Apple just constantly responded with his own big bombs. Unfortunately, not as consistent as Xenofly, but yeah, the tank lineup, they seemed really strong throughout their whole entire match, and it's really evident that they just practiced this one particular setup and practice it to perfection, because that is anything but bad tank gameplay. That is beautiful, really outstanding coordination, outstanding space creation. So yeah, they were good, but unfortunately, apparently, Xenofly is better.
Xenofly is better, but also I would actually like to point out, Nibrino was the support for Team Dover Polytechnic, and he was actually the one which has the clutch nano and the clutch immortality field when he was playing Baptiste, and that was what saved Ski Savant and Apple multiple times. Especially I remember in the assault map of Volskaya when they were holding in the small room. It was such, literally both tanks were almost one HP, and then with out of nowhere, Nibrino will be like, oh, you know what, I'm just gonna pump a whole full lot of HP into both of you, and they survived. But nevertheless, let's talk about Osiria, the DPS on the side of Barrier-free Kapak. Any thoughts on him? He was playing like a Kree. He was also playing like some what do you call it?
Sombra and Tracer as well.
Yeah, Sombra, Tracer, yeah.
I mean, of course, Bubble Kitty and Deadpool have said multiple times, a very well-known DPS lineup, but the DPS from Dover Poly coming to play in this match, especially in the first half of the series, Asura really holding his own against, the better-known members of the opposing team. Here we see, some of the beautiful setup. Oh, never mind, that Deadeye just gonna get cancelled by the EMPs. The 6-man, absolutely beautiful. Here we see him on the Hanzo, got so many picks at the start of this King's Row offense. And, it's a true flex DPS showing, playing the Sombra, playing the Tracer, and then turning around and playing a projectile hero like the Hanzo. It's a great range of flexibility shown by Assyria, and more importantly, it gives Dover Poly the flexibility needed to swap between different compositions depending on what's required on the map and what the opponents are playing.
Yeah, and I really want to point out though that Assyria yesterday showcased his tank. So actually, he wasn't on his main role, as we saw in that last match or last series. He was playing DPS, but yesterday he was playing tank, and he played a phenomenal DPS. He knew exactly when to cast his big EMPs. He knew when and where to, fade in and out of shadows and cloak. And it's like he literally went unscouted for the majority of fights. So I think, yeah, as what Lumos said, just showed his vibrancy as a flex DPS.
But towards the end, right, when I guess Barrier Free Carpark realized that, basically Osirius Sombra was actually proving too much to be a trap, then basically, they also retaliated with a Sombra of their own, which was played by Bubble Kitty. And through that, I realized there were a lot of miscommunication that happened because of the disruption being played by Bubble Kitty on the Sombra. What are your thoughts on that?
I don't think it was Bubble Kitty though. I think it was more of Ampha. The disruption was caused more by Ampha.
Yeah,
no. I mean, Ampha just knew how to dance around Assyria, and I think Assyria favored the D.Va more, or he actually favored more of the DPS in terms of health. And that allowed Ampha to just run amok. Yeah.
All right. Okay, now let's look at the current roster for the next match we're gonna play, which will be Dover Poly versus Dover Poly versus Tampines though. So let's start with Dover Poly again. We'll have the both tank lineup here being played by Apple and Ski Savant. We have a change here, Chroma, which will be playing the DPS here, and Osiria with the DPS as well, Miovon and Ibrino. Why not try you introduce us to Tampines lineup though?
This is kind of currently Dover's lineup, SP's lineup, but
yep.
Okay, well, currently we have.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, you talk. Did you want me to introduce them? Okay, so we have Chroma and Assyria on DPS. It's more or less the same actually. Miovon and Nubrino on support, as well as Apple and Skizavan on the tank. No changes from the last match, as we've seen.
Oh, right, yep.
And
so, okay.
Take a look at Tampines Poly. And we've got Mythic Spirit yet again, Gamonic XD on the DPS, as well as Ludicum and Junicake on support, as well as Arxis and National tank.
Okay, guys, who do you think would win this lineup, Tampines Poly versus Dover Poly? Although we've seen Dover performing really well, Tampines, we have Arxis here and Gamonic, which probably are the two players which I know. But given how that it might go, maybe I might be favoring more towards Dover. How about you guys?
I mean, we saw the matchup yesterday, and it wasn't particularly close. Dover Poly ran away with it for 2 maps, and then sort of memed in the third on Junkertown. So we definitely, I think, need to see quite a bit of a change up in the playstyle of Tampines Poly. They need to do something to figure out why they weren't able to get their team coordination together, why they were just being out-tempoed by Dover Poly, and they will need to hopefully have gone and looked at some footage from the match yesterday, done a bit of reviewing to figure out what they need to fix to make this go their way this time around.
All right. Okay. So, right, we are back here. We will have some matches going on later. Dover Poly versus Tampines Poly, and also I would like to point out, right, that actually in Tampines side they actually lost to Dover Poly in the group stages, and they weren't doing too well. They lost like a 3-0 towards Dover, like you mentioned here. Busan, Hollywood, and Junkertown. They also weren't doing too well against BFC, right? And basically Oasis, Blizzard World, Dorado. So they seem to be struggling quite a fair bit, but they also seem to be, pulling out the surprise wins against, favorites to win, like in all those King of the Hill maps. So let's talk about the map pools now, which is going to be played. The first map is going to be a control map, which will be Busan, followed by a hybrid map and an assault. I would like to apologize here, guys, that the map played earlier, there was a bit of a mix-up in the second game where we played assault instead of a hybrid map. But now we are actually, we have corrected the correct set of map pools. So now we are going to head into a hybrid map, then only to an assault map. So in terms of Busan, it's like there are certain maps like Mecha Base, it is a bit more of a close quarters combat where you can basically pull out a Rhine Zarya. But how about let's say downtown, for example? Like, do you guys have any favorite picks or lineups to play in downtown?
Well, what I would like to point out first is that this map was the pick of Dover Poly because they were the higher seeds coming in from the group stage. So they probably have some sort of preference towards what they want to play. And specifically, we saw that their strongest composition is the Reinhardt-based compositions. So I expect we'll see plenty of that here. Of course, in Mecha Base, it's a great map for a Rhine comp. But even downtown, you can sort of make it work. It's obviously not the most ideal place to play it, but we may still see some of that come out. So I expect we'll see a lot of that. And on the side of Tampines Poly, that's a bit awkward.
Missing no here.
I've gone from Minecraft Lumos to abstract art Lumos. Anyway, so I think we saw a lot of the Winston-based compositions from Tampines Poly yesterday. Probably we'll see a lot of that here today as well. So the map doesn't particularly favor Winston, to be honest. So we have to see if they can find a way to make it work for them.
Okay, like your thoughts, try on let's say Busan. Given that how Tampines goes against like Dover Poly, like
I think Busan gives me PTSD. But apart from that, I think that they can be very vibrant, especially Assyria in his DPS picks. I would love to see a Hanzo here because Hanzo is just really easy to get picks here with Hanzo, especially on downtown and Mecha Base. So we can only see. Yeah.
All right. With that being said, we are now going to. Okay, I'm sorry. Okay, we're gonna go for a quick break, and we'll be right back with more Overwatch action where we will see Dover Poly versus Tampines Poly in a short while. We'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. All right. Okay. Welcome back. Okay, guys. I'm sorry for the short, break there. There were a bit of a mishap where, someone in particular, there was some accident. Probably try. I'm pretty sure you're a fan of the drink. Okay. Spill the beans, man. Who spilled what?
I don't know. Maybe Lumos? I'm already hated enough by this community.
Well,
Yeah,
I mean,
no.
yeah, I mean, our players are all playing from home. You have a bit of a setup on your desk, right? Some food, some drinks, and sometimes you move a mouse a bit too quickly, you knock something over, and then you make a bit of a mess. So yeah, I think that may have been what happened right there. Someone may have knocked over a cup of bubble tea from their desk. Yeah, may have been one of the players in our last match, may have been one of the players in this match. Yeah, so that took a bit of time to clean up, so that explains the delay. But not to worry, it seems like that's been sorted out, and we're heading straight into the match actually. So here we go on Busan Sanctuary.
Yes, and we casted the exact same map here from both TP and SP. So it'll be really interesting to see how both these teams have adapted to the nightmare that was yesterday and today's match.
Well, it's the Reinhardt and Winston at the same time for 22 main tanks. It's a new meta right there. Taking up residence on the point, both teams just trading at the moment. The Immortality field already down for Dover Poly, so that's a pretty good start, but that's a fast M Matrix.
It's a fast M Matrix, Marino.
Wow, that's a very high value M Matrix at that. It actually gets 2 single fire strike, takes out the Moira and the McCree, and it's going to be a quick reset now for the side of Tampines Poly. They did invest the Collegiate into that, but you can't out-heal a single burst of 200 damage from a boosted Fire Strike.
I mean, yeah, how much damage did Dover Poly take that allowed Neve to charge that M Matrix so fast? I mean, both their tanks were constantly low right there. And that's a huge shatter from Astronaut. Catching 2, but it would be Dover Poly who responds with multiple kills on their backline. Both DPS ults being used, and that is a really fast charge from both the DPS of Dover Poly.
Yeah, I think Astronaut caught about 2 or 3 members of Dover Poly with that shatter, but over on the side there was still some DPS members alive for Dover Poly, and they just pumped in the damage to Astronaut as he charged in to the space controlled by Dover Poly to clean up on the shatter, and it just went south from there for Dover Poly. So now Tampines Poly approaching the point once again. Only have DPS ultimates to work with. This could be a bit tricky, but they have forced Dover Poly up the point.
Oh, but Apple gets opening pick on Arxis right now, and Milvan responds. It doesn't even need to respond, but he uses a sound barrier anyway to push this, and Osiria just kills a charging Astronaut, and it will be Gamonic who has the only pick onto Neve, but the DPS line of Dover Poly just wiping the floor.
And right here is why you don't see Winston and Reinhardt play together very much. Both of these tanks take so much damage, need support from their off tanks. They are not really good at supporting each other, and Tampines Poly just not able to get anything going. Damage at some point or other from Dover Poly, especially with this double hit scan lineup. Just too much to handle.
Early pick off on Junie Cake here. It finds nothing, but Skizavan can make full use of that by fire striking into both Astronaut and Mythic Spirit, and with that, it's this is really deja vu. It is 100-0 yet again.
And I am struggling, to be honest, to understand the point of running a Winston alongside a Reinhardt. Certainly an off-tank like Diva or Zarya, even a Sigma for the additional shield and sort of off-angle pressure would probably work better if that's what Tampines Poly are going to run with. So maybe it's just a matter of comfort picks. As I say that, we do have a bit of a swap, so it is the Reinhardt Zarya from Tampines Poly here on Mecha Base. Hopefully this goes a bit better for them than it did the last time around.
Yeah, that was a really weird thinking from Tampines Poly. Like, I mean, like a bubble from from Winston, but it doesn't really protect your Ryan, and your Ryan can't get value with his swings. It's really weird.
Well, Assyria pulls out the Doomfist. We've seen that one before. Let's see if he can get any early pickoffs of value from the disruptions from the CC that Doomfist brings to the table.
Big
Already
move from Melvin. Oh, sorry, from Ludicum. Here, as Melvin trying to help his team, and it will be Skidavan yet again, getting that first pick on Gamonix, and with that, Toma can just dish out damage on an already lower Axis. And slowly but surely, the team members of Temporary Poly are just going down one by one.
Yeah, the Immortality Fuel was forced out earlier from Tampines Poly right there, and you see after that goes down, Dover Poly just drop their own lamp around the corner and rush forward, and they take the engagement, you know, pushing forward knowing that they're safe in the field, and they just clean up the members of Tampines Poly. So it's a pretty early engagement here with the Matrix.
It's a very good pickoff, but Osiria responds with a Doomfist ult. But it will be Gamonix who'll be picking up Osiria, but that's all for naught because Dover Poly holds this yet again with Osiria down.
Yeah, the entire duration of that fight, I think Tampines Poly were trying to push into an Matrix. It's never going to end well, and Dover Poly eventually just too much damage for their opponents to handle.
You know, this is very reminiscent of, I think, Glimmer from the Dallas Fuel. I think Osiria just wants to replicate that. And as I say there, Arxis gets 2 with a huge shatter. Finally, the tank line is getting value. Gamona can just clean up the floor.
Yep, and nothing much to say there apart from that it was a great shatter from Arxis that put the members of Dover Poly on their backs. So just watching the UI there, Apple staying in Baby Diva form for a little bit. Maybe looking for the remake kill, but eventually decides to just play it safe and take this fight as per normal. Here comes the beat engage.
Both beats invested, but it'll be a grab that puts 3 members of Dover Poly into it. Neeb responsive and Matrix to really stall that, and that's a huge bubbled Death Blossom straight into the back line of Dover Poly. And with that, Dover Poly has to reset. Templings Poly a beautiful hold.
Yep, you saw the Graviton Surge. I think Dover Poly weren't expecting to get grabbed while the beat was still active. It forces out the eye field, and then the Death Blossom after that is just free. So much damage coming in.
It's really refreshing to see Zarya, actually. You don't see that often. As Junicate gets picked out by Osiria. First, big slam onto the backline here, and with that, both backline... of pause is being forced.
Yep, didn't spot anyone having obvious connection issues right there, but it does seem that someone's running into some difficulties. There we go. The main tank disconnected for the side of Dover Poly, so we'll have to get that sorted out before we can continue. But, you know, in the point and a half of Busan that we've seen, honestly speaking, nothing too surprising. The teamwork and coordination staying around the Reinhardt of Skisavan. Oh, that's the player that's connected, I think. The coordination around Skisavan was just too good. Dover Poly playing as a unit, sequencing the ultimates really well. Templings Poly trying something different with the Reinhardt Winston. It didn't work at all. Came up with something more conventional on mecha base. They did win a few fights and were establishing some control on the points, but still seems like it's going the way of Dover Poly nonetheless.
Yeah, but Templings Poly really putting up more of a fight than yesterday. I can give you that for sure. And they already, I think, have 40% on the clock, so that's pretty good. I'd say it's much better than a wipe. That's for sure.
Absolutely, and they do just honestly with 40% on the board on the map, like control, you just need a couple of fight wins really to take the points away. So there's still chances for Tampines Poly to come back in this round of Busan, and then who knows if we go to a third map on downtown where the Winston might be a bit more effective than it is on these 2 maps. It's not over yet for Tampines Poly, so they've definitely got a shot.
But they do have to, well, first get over a pause, and then they have to reclaim the point from SP there. And it really is anyone's game still. But Osiria really, like I said, he's playing like Lister. He's such a prominent figure. Sure, he gets downed a lot, but with so much space and impact that he's created, he's really a force to be reckoned with, even from the depths of spawn.
Yeah, I mean, certainly. And Dover Poly, you know, they had a tough match, a tough loss last time around, but you know, they haven't lost faith in this Reinhardt composition. They're sticking with it. And you know, the thing is, if they do go on to win this match and then come up at some point against Barrier Free Car Park, which they will if they win, obviously either in the losers final or in the grand final, depending on how the other match goes. We could see them have to come up with an answer eventually to what Barrier Free Car Park was running, and this might be a good chance for them to experiment with some other comps. But anyway, that's all in the future. We'll take a short break while we try to get this player disconnect sorted out. So we'll see you shortly. Well, looks like we're back. Hopefully that little pause give our players time to get back in the lobby and we can get going again with this match shortly. Yep, looks like producer's telling me that we are just about ready to go, so we won't have to wait too much longer. Get back into Busan Mecha base. I think when we left off, Dover Poly was in control of the point, or just about to take it back. Yeah, there we go. The point will flip over. 64% for Tampines Poly actually, so that's quite a fair bit of capture progress, and they've got a good shot of turning this around, especially since Skizavan is reconnecting without any ultimate charge.
Oh, Skizavan DC'd there, and he lost his solid charge, but no matter, Arsuria says, because he gets the first pick on the Mythic Spirit, and both.
This is bad.
Down. Yeah, Chroma finds a pick on Ludicum, a clean headshot, a High Noon going down on the opposite side. Arxis quick to respond, but can't he have the shield deny that? Yes, he does. As Tampines Poly, Astronaut, high charge Zarya right now. And Junicake finds a pick onto Chroma. Astronaut, the real carry here, both the supports and a McCree on his back, helping him to carry this fight all the way to 97% for Dover Poly. Not over yet for Tampines, but and Astronaut has a big ult. Maybe
the hubris for Newbury to go for that amplification matrix when pretty much his entire team was dead. I'm not sure it got very much value at all, but anyway, they wouldn't have this tool. It could have helped them push out of this choke, honestly, so they want to get creative.
That's a big grab, but the Immortality Field, oh, in the wall. Really smart placement by Neeb. That's a shatter that destroys the shield, so it does achieve somewhat the purpose.
Yeah, I'm quite surprised that shatter didn't connect, if anyone, but they got on points. Somebody is on point now.
Oh, you don't want to take this fight. That's an Ant Matrix. Hello, Mythic Spirit. Get back down there with your team. You're alone, buddy.
Oh, there's no way that they're turning this fight. That is amazing.
That is a throw by Mythic Spirit. Out of position. And with that, Dover Poly can retake this once again. Finds the High Noon headshot onto Gamonix. And it's just a lone Rhino in the point. Chroma just says, you can't win this. And proceeds to chop off or just more of click heads.
And honestly,
Yikes.
it was a great high noon to keep the rest of the Overparty stuck in that choke, unable to come out and contest the point. They only had a lone tracer of Assyria, still keeping the point contested. And in fact, they did kill off that tracer. So I don't know how the members of the Overparty managed to get back to the point and eventually recontest it, but there must have been some sort of miscommunication going on with Tampines Poly, allowing the recontesting team of the Overparty to just come in and pick them off one by one. But what a clutch retake that really showcases the level of talent and the understanding of timings of re-engagers that Dover Party has.
You know, they were doing so well, you know, back in the casters lounge, or just secretly rooting for Tampines Poly, but we know that some players on Dover Poly's side playing. That was a bit of a misstep from Mythic Spirit there. I mean, a great amplification matrix from Neat there. But because of that, it forced the Rhine to retreat instead of heading over to the point. And yikes, man. That's quite bad.
Yeah, well, despite those technical difficulties, Dover Poly still pulling through. They will take a fairly close 2-0 actually on Busan, if you look just at Mecha base, that is. But yeah, they will have the map advantage. Well, they will go up 1-0 in the series. The map pick does go the way of Tampines Poly next, so they may pick something that isn't quite so favorable towards Reinhardt. I do believe it's a hybrid map, so something like Lumbani could work. Something like Blizzard World, you know, a few different options on the table for Tampines Poly right here. Oh, that's King's Row. Well, okay, never mind.
Oh, this is looking more and more like Deja Vu. Casting the same map. It's an honor. And yeah, as you talked about it, King's Row, a lot of nice corners, alleyways, very large open space on the first point. So yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I am slightly surprised by the choice of map pick. Going to King's Row seems a bit to me like playing into the strengths of Dover Poly. So yeah, it's interesting. Will be interesting to see at least with the compositional choices of Tampines Poly, why they've chosen to bring us to King's Row.
Maybe it's a closer series early. We never know, but I'm looking to see more of a serious flex DPS here. Hopefully, you know, hopefully EP can win this.
Yeah, well, the Doomfist, certainly not the easiest hero in the world to deal with, can cause so much trouble in your backline, and you know, just disrupt the most carefully laid out of plans. Well, seems like what we're going to have is a Junkrat on the side of Dover Poly, so slightly curious choice. Not that Junkrat's a bad pick at all, of course, when defending this first choke of King's Row. But it's not something we've seen very much of from them thus far.
Yeah, and actually it'll be Mythic Spirit with the Hanzo. And Assyria, yeah, he's sticking with the Junkrat.
Oh, please tell me they're not running a Reinhardt Winston again. Okay, that's a bit better. So just the conventional, yeah, that's all right, I think.
It's really the same. Nothing different here. It's the only thing that's different is how Tampines Poly will engage on this. And already a fast run to the point.
Mythic Spirit through the choke there. I'm a bit surprised that
it's the first pick on Skizavan.
I think they know there's a Junkrat there. You can see Mythic Spirit looking.
Oh, nice headshot.
With a quick series of storm arrows, and you know, I'm a bit surprised that Dover Poly didn't try to hold at the choke, given that they were running a Junkrat. Instead, they allowed Tampines Poly to walk in and just claim all of that open space. So Assyria abandons the Junkrat experiment, goes over to the Doomfist.
Not gonna lie, Skizavan, come on, man. You know how to play against a Hanzo, and still doesn't learn. He gets first picked here.
Yeah,
by
well,
none other than the Spirit.
Pushing up to take some space out Tampines Poly, but there is a Doomfist poised precariously above them. Here we go. Oh, in with the
good bubble,
and
a Spirit goes back.
The rest of his team is nowhere near, and he has to get out of there quickly. Dover Poly pushing forward. The high noon.
Poly and high noon. That's a nice uppercut there. Great setup, but it'll be Mythic Spirit who claims Chroma's life, and big charge from Arxis. this might help Tampines Poly out a bit because the spawn of Dover Poly is way at the back.
Well, yeah, I mean, the high noon through a matrix is so difficult to respond to, right? It gives you so little time to get out of the way because the damage just ramps up so quickly, and off the back of that, it's a decent hold for Dover Poly, but some exit kills for Tampines Poly, very critical. Means that they will get to take this fight in a much better position.
Early Immortality Field. And somehow Arxis dies from that M Matrix. I think they're denying that M Matrix really well. Assyria gets a pick of the Judy Cake, and the DPS line of Dover Poly showing TP as a whole how it's done.
Yeah, the M Matrix from Judy Cake just dropped, smack in the middle of the fight there, I think. But Dover Poly just go, let's speed past it and let's just run in with the Doomfist and not let you get value from the Matrix. So try again. As Skizavan.
Oh, big shatter from Skizavan. How did they not check that? Oh no.
Well, it's the older trick in the book, isn't it? Just send someone a Reinhardt on a flank and hit everyone from behind. The fight's still not over. Forcing out the M Matrix, but eventually Tampines Poly will be driven back.
They do have that Grab Dragons, and both supports from Dover Poly do not have their ult. There's only an Immortality Field here to protect them, but yeah, hopefully TP can make something work. Oh wait, no, sorry, they used Graph.
They did indeed use the Graph, but no great value here. Apple has the Graviton of his own.
And Mythic finally uses it. Oh,
but there's an eye field in the way.
no
Matter. Yep, and the sequence of abilities just too much to deal with. The eye field does deny the headline kill, I suppose. The headline triple kill with the Meteor Strike Graviton Surge combo, but the damage does also destroy the Immortality Field device in the process, and then the Fire Strike, rather I should say, from Skizavan just cleaning up the members of Tampines Poly at 10% HP stuck in the graph. So here we go once again. Only the
they know Assyria's above, and they never learn. They're looking at Assyria from above, and Skizavan's just right back there in the corner. Another big shatter. No one's looking at Skizavan.
Well, you've got to check your corners. Reinhardt's pretty easy to spot, but in the heat of the moment, it's easy to forget that someone might try that same trick twice in a row. So this time around, it looks like Tampines Poly are just going to avoid that problem altogether. And yeah, see, they're going by this high ground, so no opportunity for a flank shatter unless you're absolutely nuts. Yep, they get through that choke safely. Now look who's waiting. There's a Doomfist of Assyria, but Melvon has fallen very low.
Oh no, that's an Immortality Field, and Arx is the only one on the point, so he will fall first by Chroma. The rest of the team trying to take this, but with one man down, is it possible? Assyria charges back into the back line, already uses his ult. Apple, big slam from Assyria. Apple catches off Mythic Spirit, and I do believe a swap is necessary from Tempest, or something needs to happen, some magic needs to happen here.
Well, you said swap and Gamonic heard you. He's gone over to the Doomfist, so mirror compositions from both sides now. And honestly, the idea to go for the high ground wasn't a bad one from Tampines Poly, but they just got sandwiched by a Doomfist and a High Noon. Here comes the early M Matrix from Dover Poly.
Both M Matrix are down here, but it will be Astronaut's Grav that will help them to some extent.
Oh,
Shatter again from Skizavan, not letting anyone from TP live here as they just try to...
Yeah, shattering any remaining hopes of Tampines Poly of taking that fight. The Grav making all the difference after the eye fields were consumed on both sides. Yeah, to follow up on the M Matrix damage as well.
That is beautifully said. That shatter just shattered their dreams.
Here we go. Apple has the M Matrix. The shatter catches so many in the Grav.
No, Grapple only catches one though, but a counter sound barrier is popped just to save the Zarya, but it's all for naught because Chroma can just click hits, but Assyria is just wrecking the back line here, just punching away uncontested, and that is a spawn camping Ant Matrix
Araxis is on the ball. Can he get back to point to touch? There he goes, running through the team.
Oh, gets charged by Steven.
And that will do it for King's Row. And honestly, you know, good attempt by Tampines Poly to change things up, going for the Doomfist. But you can see quite clearly, Dover Poly just much more comfortable playing around the Doomfist than Tampines Poly. And, you know, in the mirror matchup, it seems like Dover Poly were always going to win that one.
They had such a promising start, but Steven there, shattering twice in the same place. I mean, you'd think TP would learn by now.
Well, yeah, unfortunately, they fell to that flank shadow one too many times. Well, let's see if somehow Dover Poly can find a way to make the flank shadow work on attack. As Tampines Poly are showing us something very different. Torbjorn, we were talking about, you know, as a slight meme pick yesterday, perhaps. In this case, I'm not too sure who the Torbjorn is supposed to deal with. Obviously, a Doomfist, mildly irritated by a turret, but it's not the end of the world to a Doomfist who's just punching in and getting back out straight away. And Gamonic will be on the edge for some long-range hit scan damage, but if he's going up against Chroma, who has even longer range hit scan damage, he can find himself in a bit of a tough spot. He will have two shields though to work behind. Rexis on the Orisa and Astronaut on the Sigma.
Assyria is just showing us his Hanzo once again. And here comes a swap from Apple. They are waiting for the swap before they push in. They recognize that it's a double shield.
Yeah, pretty good thinking from Dover Poly.
Assyria is taking this off angle. Chroma dangerously low, but manages to pick off the turret's creator and followed by his creation.
Oh yeah, RX having to drop touch the point. That's not ideal, and Chroma just dinks Gamonic from across the point. So
he doesn't care about the high ground advantage, and Assyria misses that shot onto Zen. But he's gonna catch him off.
Oh, he needs to be careful here, actually.
Mythic Spirit there to help, but Apple is there to help him too. Getting the headshot there. They are pushing dangerously close, but who cares? Because the team is just being staggered one by one. This map may be over sooner than you said.
And, well, I think Dover Poly decided playtime's over. Let's get this over and done with. They've parked Melbourne on the payload. The rest of the team pushing so far up. Just not even wanting to let Tampines Poly get back to the point, honestly. Back to the Ryan's area for one last fight for Tampines Poly. Can they make something happen?
It is stagger after stagger here for TP as Arxis is yet again dangerously low. And Ludicum, oh, they're just waiting for that shatter to the shield to break, and Izavan shatters. It just ripples through time and just takes away TP's dreams yet again.
And that play just sums up in a nutshell what this series has been. Skizavan on the Reinhardt leading the charge for his team, getting so many huge shatters and just a ton of frontline presence and space for his team. As this play of the game technically belongs to Apple, but Skizavan stealing the highlights, stealing the headlines with a triple kill with the Fire Strike. And yeah, so Dover Poly not at all shaken by the loss in the previous match. They will come back and take this very quick match 2-0.
Yeah, Skizavan really showing us who's boss here. Stark contrast to his actual ranked gameplay, but you know, he never seems to surprise us.
Yep, I mean, with this match, we will bid farewell to Tampines Poly, who dropped out of the lower bracket, and the rest of this tournament. So a valiant showing from this team, really. Definitely a new roster put together, no, not too long before the tournament began. And they've still managed to show us some really good looks, put some really good plays together, and make it to the top 4 of our tournament. So congratulations, and we hope to see this roster back in some iteration in the future tournaments. But for now, it will be Dover Poly that stays alive in the losers bracket. They will progress to the losers final, which will be coming up next. So let's take a quick look then at the results of the other match of the day. It seems like Barra Free Car Park. Most car parks are various. Barra Free Car Park went up against Giga Counter, team that we haven't seen today yet, and they actually took that match 2-0. So a bit of revenge for Barra Free Car Park after losing that matchup yesterday. So that will knock Giga Counter down into the lower bracket, but they will face off against Tampines Poly for a spot in the grand final. And maybe a bit of a surprise that the result went this way to Barra Free Car Park. Of course, we didn't see the match, but it is a reversal of the scoreline yesterday. So Barra Free Car Park coming back today with a vengeance, winning 2 games in a row. And there is a slight mishap with the graphics for the losers final. It is in fact Dover Poly that will go through against Giga Counter, and not Tampines Poly, so we apologize for that slight mishap. Yep, your eyes aren't deceiving you. It is in fact meant to be Dover Poly. So we'll see them coming up against Giga Counter pretty soon. But of course, I think our players do need a quick break, especially those from Dover Poly having just finished their match. So we will take a quick break, and we'll be back to you shortly with the losers final.
Hello and welcome back to the Singapore Collegiate Clash Finals 2021, which is presented by CMG Arena and also powered by Stat Banana. My name is Thaddeus and I'll be casting this alongside with Lumos. Lumos, man, you have been like the PogChamp or the carry of this cast thus far. You have been like casting since the beginning and you're gonna just cast the next two matches with me as well. But earlier on we saw a really strong standing from Dover Polytechnic against Tampines Poly. That was a really quite one-sided affair, right? It didn't really seem like Tampines Polytechnic had what it takes to, you know, stand up against Dover Polytechnic. But nevertheless, we are going to have the losers final match, which is coming out really soon, which is going to be Dover Polytechnic against Geiger Counter, which is quite a surprise, to be honest. Although, you know, for me, I would expect Geiger Counter to actually beat what was it? Barrier Free Kappa. Yeah, I thought, because given the past track record in the group stages, right? I thought, you know, maybe Barrier Free Kappa, they lost against Geiger Counter, so history would repeat itself. But it seems like Barrier Free Kappa did reenact or did actually get their revenge against Geiger Counter. So now maybe we'll see, you know, in the grand finals, we'll see the huge Titans NTU versus NUS all over again. But meanwhile, Lumos, you know, we now let's look at the next match. Just now we saw such a strong performance from Dover Polytechnic, but I understand you know the bunch of players in Geiger Counter. Like, what are your thoughts? You know, who is going to win this matchup?
Well, I mean, I think it's not just me, right? But many of the viewers in the chat at the moment will probably recognize a lot of the players from Geiger Counter. Yeah, they are in fact the defending champions from this iteration of the tournament that we had last year. So if you take a quick look at the players on the roster of Geiger Counter, I think, you know, many of these names will seem familiar.
Right.
You may have seen them around the ranked a few times in C, but more importantly, they played on stream last year and really caught the imagination of our viewers. You know, lots of people simping for this or that player on the roster. You know, looking at the name, you'll probably remember it. Exil3 and Telex13. Very matching names there, coming in on the tank role. Asparagus and Captain S. Oh, I really butchered that name, sorry. They do have a bit of a... Well, it's Captain S and Asparagus.
Captain S, okay.
Captain S, yes, actually. I mean, these names are here just to confuse us. And not for DPS, as we do know that there's a bit of a DPS rotation lineup going on from Geiger Counter. But these are the two players we will see at the moment. And Easy Clap and Overclock. Now, Easy Clap is a name that some of you might recognize. There is actually a Overwatch Park server named after him. That is his level of fame. But anyway, he's here today to play the main support role alongside Overclock. And he seems in the chat. This is the time to, you know, start spamming. So these are the players for Geiger Counter, representing the NUS, you know, main team, the first team from NUS. Knocked out of the upper bracket, of course, by NTU. And they will be going up against Dover Poly. So, looking at the roster here, not too many changes. In fact, it's the same lineup that we had that defeated Tampines Poly in our previous match. And of course, Dover Poly did play against Geiger Counter in the group stages, and Geiger Counter did win that match 2-1. But as we saw in the upper bracket, you know, reversal of fortunes is certainly possible. Barrier Free Kapak taking their revenge in the upper bracket final. Yep, will Dover Poly do the same in the lower bracket final?
Okay, but meanwhile, let's look at the map pool right now. Here again, we have Busan, which will be the first king of the hill map or control, followed by hybrid, and then onwards to an assault map. So I'm hoping, you know, there might be a bit of an upset here or a really close battle in Busan. That's because, you know, like what you mentioned, it can be a clown fiesta depending on what both teams are running. So in Busan, however, you know, there can be such a varied team roster that you can pull out. You can either pull out the Ryan Zara, you can even pull out the double bubble like the Winston Zarya, or, you know, you can just have something a bit more fun. You can have a ball, a Winston, or ball and a Diva. So anything goes, right, in King of the Hills, and it can be really anyone's match. So let's, you know, I'm not sure if the teams are ready to go into the game yet, but Okay, we are actually indeed going into Busan right here. And I would be actually happy to see, I'm a bit impartial to having some hit scans here. And for the life of me, I can't even remember what this name of this map in Busan is.
Sanctuary, I think is this one.
Sanctuary. Yep. The one with the drums, and then people just spend time in spawn just destroying all the instruments there.
I mean, it's a pastime of any Overwatch player. If you're not destroying your spawn room, if you're not tearing it apart, then are you really an Overwatch player? Probably not.
Okay, it seems like Easy Clap would be once again using his signature trademark hero, which is the Lucio here. And he really does play quite a fair bit of Reddit Lucio, like Claire we've seen in Barrier Free Car Park. But meanwhile, we will have the engage by Geiger counter. They are running out of the spawn doors with Exile and Telex playing the dive tanks. Meanwhile, Ski Savant and Apple will be playing something a bit more conventional. And we will have a dive here by Telex into the front line. Now Captains find a kill onto Chroma. I have no idea why is Ski Savant just standing still. There might be a technical pause soon. He is AFK? Okay, it seems like this game will not be going through, guys. Ski Savant is just, he's locked out of ping, or, he's just locked out. But anyway, we will see a bit of a skirmish onto the point. Supposing the match doesn't pause right now, we have a kill from Captains onto Osteria. Okay.
Yep, Ski 3 frames per second, I think, for Ski Savant.
Yep. It is quite an unfortunate turn of events, but now it seems like both teams. Oh, I'm actually rainbow. See, I have actually, green eyebrows, and that's quite.
Yep.
So, but now we see actually, both teams having an initial fight, a pre-fight, as you will, within both the teams, and they actually sort of scouted each other out. Like, they know, each team knows what, each other team is likely going to play. Like, they already scouted that Ski Savant and the team from Dover Polytechnic will be playing something a bit more traditional, like a Ryan Zarya. But also on the other hand, Dover Polytechnic does indeed know the lineup that is going to be most likely being used by Geiger counter, which is a dive. Like, what are your thoughts on that though?
Well, this is the map pick of a Geiger counter, being the team that came in from the upper bracket. So they probably came into Busan with an idea of what they wanted to play. They want to run the Lucio Moira, use the speed to move around the map quickly and then jump on some unsuspecting targets of the enemy team. And of course, I mean, to be honest, we've all seen the previous matches of Dover Poly. The Reinhardt is really what works best for them. When forced off into some other heroes, it tends to make things a bit more uncomfortable. The teamwork, the synergy, not quite as tight for Dover Poly. So probably not too many big surprises for either team, honestly, seeing what each other was going to roll out the gates with. But yeah, many comps that Geiger counter could have rolled out with, I suppose, and knowing that they're sticking to this Lucio Moira, may give them some ideas on how to deal with it.
Yeah. Would you also be surprised if, let's say, either of the team, like, for example, we saw earlier on that the Dover Polytechnic did indeed fall short whenever there was a Sombra being picked on the opponent side. So do you foresee that happening? Maybe Geiger counter would, you say, hey, I saw them not doing too well against a Sombra though. Would that happen?
I mean, I can absolutely see it happening. When you run this Lucio Moira, you can definitely run a Sombra for Tracer, you can run a Sombra for Reaper. Just having the ability to speed around the map and your team constantly taking engages just gives you that opening as a Sombra that you need to get some key hacks off, to get this farm in on the EMP, and to really build the ultimate up quite quickly. When your enemy, the attention is split and they aren't really looking at you. But it seems that Captain S will still be sticking with the McCree, so no Sombra as of yet for Geiger counter. And in fact, no swaps from either side, just the exact same compositions.
Yep. I think they're playing it a bit fair, although they're not using any information that they do to, pick a bit differently. But now we will have to engage by Telex onto the Reinhardt. Here, the Reinhardt does indeed fall a bit low. He would be taken down by Exile here. And now we will see the rotations on Geiger counter onto the high ground towards Dover Polytechnic spawn. They're actually looking and being very careful in terms of engaging. But now we will have to engage the bubble. Winston bubble does indeed pop up, and we will have Chroma here falling dangerously low, but although he is trying to find some picks from very far though. Apple meanwhile in the back lines or in the front lines. Oh, he actually got a kill onto the Diva. Here we have Overclock with an early coalescence, which is really helping his teams in dividends. Captains here, meanwhile Captain S, actually finding some picks. He's looking, but Asparagus in the backline getting headshot, and he is hunting for a bit more. Getting killed onto Osiria, so it seems like Geiger counter would be the first team. Oh, Osmond!
Wow!
That's a huge pick!
Amazing. It looked like the Tracer was about to get flattened by the Reinhardt. Blinks out of the way, blinks back in. Drop the power. Wow, some 900 IQ gameplay there for Tracer. But yeah, at the beginning of that fight, Exo got demaxed early, and the coalescence from Overclock in the nick of time, just enough to keep the momentum on the side of Geiger counter, and they will hit 50% of capture progress. But here comes the Fire Strike, and the M Matrix and the Deadeye.
He got taken down early by Asparagus, and now it seems like Telex also will get a kill onto Osiris. So with no DPS on Dover Polytechnic side, it seems like it's all full steam ahead for Geiger counter. Just press WM1, and that is what it seems like they're doing. But Moira has to do a mouse 2 thing. Yeah, that's because Moira has to get some energy and whatnot. And here back we are again with Osiria now swapping to a Sombra. Yeah, this is the Sombra that we have been talking about, Lumos.
Well, Osiria, the mother of all flanks, the attack visor, but it gets absolutely nothing. It gets jumped down and shot down immediately. Now I think the Sombra pick probably to shut down the Diva of Exil. Attacking Diva so important. But already the momentum so firmly on the side of Geiger counter. They've got all the ultimates. This is the last fight of the round. They're just all pressing Q, not letting Dover Poly get anywhere near the point. And it is a clean 100-0 for Geiger counter here in Sanctuary.
Also, I would like to point out, just now there was a Deadeye which was taken down by Geiger counter's Tracer really early. Although it was a really nice setup by Dover Poly. They had the amplification matrix, as well as the Deadeye, and that didn't work because Asparagus, he was actually really quick to shut down the Deadeye before it even happened. So let's see if this could be something Dover Polytechnic would change up a bit more. They're still running the same lineup though.
Yeah, the discipline and coordination for Geiger counter to just kite that Amp Matrix and the Deadeye at the same time. Maybe helped a bit by the speed boost and the defense matrix, but nonetheless it kept them alive through those big ultimates coming through. The first engagement will take place here. It's a little bit more of a narrow point, which may favor the Reinhardt just a touch more. As we have a 1v1 Tracer duo here, the recall is forced from Osiria early, and he has to. Wow! It's the diff right there.
Okay, but meanwhile we will have the monkey fling off into safety. That's because he is low, and now we will have Nibrino just topping up his team a bit more, but with the threat. Oh shoot! As soon as I said that, Asparagus again with a kill. He is like a headhunter, just hunting for hits on the side of Dover Polytechnic. Meanwhile, Exile with a kill onto Ski Savant. So without a main tank, I think it's back to the drawing board for Dover Polytechnic. The last man, however, would be the Lucio, and now gets taken down.
It's really Osiria's job to keep his opposing Tracer number in check. They're not able to happen. Asparagus just free to farm from the side. Some ultimate coming and attempted recontest. Rolls away from the Pulse Bomb. And all's well for Geiger counter. So Dover Poly, that's a nice attempt to re-engage, but they just didn't have the manpower, not the numbers left on the point to make use of it. As this is still going on, skirmish never ending for Asparagus, but yep, everyone gets away safely.
But it seems like, I mean, Asparagus, they have to find something to, deal with this Tracer threat, which is Asparagus playing. Oh, but now we will have a big bomb by Exile, killing off Osiria, and now Asparagus now getting killed onto the Reaper. So now he is yet again in back lines, in the front lines. He's everywhere around Doverpoly. They are scratching their head on how to deal with this Tracer threat. It is certainly a very distracting hero to play against, especially on the likes of Geiger Counter. They have it quite tight with this lineup they are using.
Yep, I mean the Tracer is annoying, as you pointed out, because Doverpoly's comp is a bit slower moving, and they really can't afford to get distracted like that. It's a nice combination of ultimate there, but Captain is from like downtown. Really, this is actually this is Mac downtown. In fact, yeah. So it's beautiful Deadeye does a lot of work. And well, there goes applying that Blossom from Chroma. Most of it gets eaten by Exo, but the damage is already done. Overclock's Coalescence caught out by the Deadeye right there. Asparagus still wants to fight, but the Pulse Bomb gets taken out by the Defense Matrix, and Doverpoly 78% on the board for Geiger Counter. They will claim this point back for themselves.
Nevertheless, I was looking at the fight, unrolling onto the right-hand side of the point, which is the Mega Hellpack side, and I think Doverpoly played it really safe there, and they weren't overextending their stay. That was what initially, won them a bit more time to, whittle down the dive attack of Geiger Counter. Now we will see yet another engage by Doverpoly onto the team of Geiger Counter. We will have the first man down, which is Telex, followed by Captain, and now Chroma does teleport into the high ground looking for anyone that he can kill. He does find a name. He does find a Tracer, and now Apple would be on cleanup duty for his team. So it seems like a bit more breathing room for Doverpoly, and Geiger Counter has to come back with 2 outs, the 2 tanks out to make things happen.
And the big difference between these compositions is that Doverpoly has a Reinhardt shield to hide behind, and Geiger Counter don't. So if they are able to poke out the members of Geiger Counter from range, well, that's one way to circumvent the Reinhardt barrier. Just use a Deadeye, and Captain gets 2 very early kills. Just Telex battering, he's around.
Oh no!
It's over so quickly, I didn't even get my sentence out.
Yeah, the fight was just, it's like in and out. It's in fractions of seconds that the fight has already concluded. That was a really successful dive by Geiger Counter. Of course, the Primal Rage did indeed takes a bit more time and a bit more space to play around and to boot people away. Now we will see the engage by Telex. Yet again, he's running low, but we will have the Diva Bomb being used by Doverpoly. Does not get anything, but meanwhile Osiria getting headshot kill onto Asparagus, and now Chroma with a Death Blossom onto Captains. It seems like this is the revenge which Doverpoly wants, and Chroma finding for more kills on the side of Doverpoly. They have to do it now, or they will be taken out of this Busan best of 3. But it seems like, with that being said, they actually did touch that win away from Geiger Counter.
Yeah, the later sound barrier doing all the work for Doverpoly. Geiger Counter forced to use the barrier early to save the Winston, and Doverpoly able to use their barrier for a much better engage. So final fight territory for both teams. The kiting the Matrix, doing a pretty good job. Telex makes his way onto the point. He solo gets taken out by Chroma on the Reaper. Exil's mech follows, and this is all clean up now for Doverpoly. Nothing left for Geiger Counter to fight with.
No, Osiria with the double dead IQ. I mean, this was a really good fight by Doverpoly. Initially, I thought it would be going onto the side of Geiger Counter, but Geiger Counter did actually, they countered Doverpoly really well in the first game, but now we are back into mecha base, where I think this, given what Doverpoly has the propensity to play, they like to play a bit more of the slow moving compositions like Reinhardt Zarya, Reinhardt Diva, something a bit more with the Reinhardt in its name, and thus maybe Skill Savant would be the better Rein here.
Well, it's definitely playing into the comfort zone of Doverpoly, and if anything, the previous 2 points were the ones on which you would have expected the Winston-based competition to win out on. So Doverpoly must be feeling good about their chances here. Coming out in the Ryan mirror matchup, you do see the Dual Fist again for Osiria, meanwhile Captain S on the Mei. So very contrasting styles that both teams are showing.
Oh, that's a huge Maywall, but it catches everyone though, and now we will have engaged by both the teams onto the front lines. We will see, both these teams actually feeling each other out, poking some damage and hopefully getting down the shields to a manageable level. Meanwhile, we will have Chroma with the double kill, and now Telex will get taken down. So it seems like what you say did indeed come true. Dover, playing towards their comfort zone, and they are running something a bit more slow and methodical, a bit more traditional, as you will.
Yeah, I mean, the main wall was just way too far back. Just not able to isolate a single target, allowing Dover Poly to kite away. And once you lose that wall, that's yet a win condition gone from this comp, and the Doomfist just does so much more. So the first fight does go the way of Dover Poly, and now Giga Counter will have to find a way to push out of this choke into a Doomfist. Not the easiest of tasks.
Okay, oh, that's a nice amplification matrix there, and we will have the engage. Syria does indeed earn his Zarya a huge amount of energy charge. But meanwhile, we will have Asparagus with a triple kill, and Exile turning things around with a kill onto Meowvon, and this is quite the turn of events. Initially, I thought, with Niburino and his amplification matrix, it was a death sentence for Dover Poly, but it was a death sentence for Geiger Counter, but it seems like it was on the other hand.
Syria engages alone, has the here's the combo. It's very nice. It's protected by an immortality field. Asparagus gets punched out, I think, of that Death Blossom, and just like that, the fight quickly swings back the way of Dover Poly. So very quick fight, yeah. I mean, that was a nice engage from the Doomfist, knowing that he had the escape mechanism in the form of the Meteor Strike, and combined with the Death Blossom, combined with the Graviton Surge rather, just able to get the kills for Dover Poly.
Okay, but it seems like Apple now farming out some some energy charge, but we will have Osiria just, looking in the high grounds like an eagle, just looking for a target here. It seems like Meowvon does indeed pop his beat here, so we will have an engage by Osiria looking down to the targets, and we will have Exile with the Diva Bomb kill onto Niburino. So without the main heals here, it seems like things are dicey for his team. Dover Poly would be falling down into shambles here with Exile with double kill, and Overclock going on to secure the team fight win here for his team.
Oh, a potentially fight-winning M matrix from Easy Clap there. Exo fell so low, just any tickle of damage would have gotten the mech out. But Easy Clap showing no fear, popped the M matrix, healed his Diva back up through that, that amplified healing matrix, and now
Osiria
just disconnected from the team there.
Yeah, a bit too enthusiastic with the dive there. He dived alone, but his team couldn't go up and meet up with him to create the distraction that he needs. But meanwhile, Ski Savan with a clutch fire strike there, getting off 2 kills. But we will now have the Death Blossom by Asparagus. He is dealing so much damage and getting killed onto Apple. Meanwhile, Ski Savan does indeed go on ham and getting a kill onto Captains. So it seems like this is now a really back and forth fight from Dover Poly, and they indeed get a team fight kill. Oh, a bit of a teabagging situation on Osiria there. But we will see if Dover Poly, this is leaning into last fight territory though, Lumos.
They're absolutely clutch fire strike through the M matrix from Ski Savan. Takes out both supports for Giga Counter, and that's what lets them win the fight. So Ski Savan's got the Earth Shatter ready to go again. Doesn't quite connect. Graviton Search, and huge, but this Deadeye could be deadly.
Okay, that's the bomb. Oh, gets off 2 kills. Meowvon and Apple would fall in death. And meanwhile, we will have Osiria just, trying to be the guy or the bodyguard on the point. And here we have Easy Clap just raining down damage onto the Reinhardt shield. But he's getting checked by the Doomfist Osiria here, and yet again we are having a skirmish on our hands, and both teams are actually scrambling to getting their bodies to touch the point, but no.
With the boof on the Lucio, I thought that was a reset. Well, it was the 4th reset, I will have to say. And can anyone?
I don't think they'll touch. No, but there was such a huge play here by the Lucio Geiger Counter. That was a huge poop. I think, guys, if you're in chat and you really want to see that again, clip that.
There you go.
There you go.
Right away.
So it seems like he was waiting for the exact moment he does initially get a kill onto the Reinhardt and he's moving on. It was a hack target, and there you go, a right click into the abyss of the waters in Busan. So with that, we have it, the first map going in favor of Dover Polytechnic. But however, it seems like, you know, Geiger Counter has a history or a track record of not doing too well in control maps. So, you know, things might change in the near future, which would be an assault map, right?
Well, I do believe it is an assault map. To have to take a quick look at the schedule again, but you know, I do want to give a shout out to Easy Clap for that play with the Batiste and the M Matrix on the high ground. I swear I saw Violet do that for the San Francisco Shock once on this very point, but sitting up there uncontested with the M Matrix, he kept his D.Va alive for so long and got Skizavan on the Reinhardt down to just a sliver of HP without any of his support remaining. And while the Batiste eventually got taken out by Assyria on the Doomfist, damage was done. The other members of Geiger Counter able to make it back to the point, clean up the fight, and without that play, that map would have gone the way of Dover Poly. So large plays by both sides, but in the end, it is Geiger Counter that comes out on top.
Also, I would like to point out, Ski Savant, he is, although people now would in chat are talking about him being like a Reinhardt specialist or a Reinhardt one trick, but he indeed was playing really, really well, although coordinating with his team and pushing really well with his his Lucio speed boosting and peeling for him. So it is quite the difference in ideology in terms of how to run composition though. Okay, but meanwhile, let's look at Exile's D.Va replay here, and we will see some, bomb kills. Oh, huge. I'm sorry, guys. I don't think that was from the correct game or from the correct match, but here, yeah, this is what we were talking about. We have Exile here getting killed, and time again with a huge D.Va bomb here getting catching the opponent off guard there. So maybe we'll see more of that being played in the next match, the next two match, hopefully.
I mean, that bomb in the very end, the last one you saw, was so critical because everyone from Dover Poly was alive, and if he hadn't taken out two members of Dover Poly right there, they would have just dropped to the point and cleaned up that fight. So clutch plays from the D.Va, but of course from the rest of the team. In fact, both teams showing us some really great plays at the very end, but it's Geiger Counter that comes out on top.
Okay, guys, let's look at the map pools. Meanwhile, guys, I'm so sorry if you are having some pixelated images. Don't worry, we have a GoFundMe for Lumos's camera.
Well, my internet speed is showing 600 kilobytes per second upload, so that's just gone all wrong again.
Okay, but meanwhile, we will have yet another, staple in this tournament thus far. We will have King's Row again. Are we ever going to get bored of King's Row, Lumos? Like, time and time again for this whole day today, we have only been seeing King's Row being picked by either of the teams.
Well, the thing is, King's Row might be a bit boring if you keep seeing the same comps over and over again, but as Barrier Free Carpark showed us, you can play something other than Reinhardt and Zarya on King's Row. So, it is a map where different compositions can work, especially if you are picking to try and disrupt your opponent's momentum or composition choice. So, yeah, it's a great map to watch, and if you see different strats being pulled out on the same map, I think that's always a nice thing to see.
Okay, but for King's Row, I guess again we'll be seeing Ski Savant with his Reinhardt being played, but we'll see. But I'm hoping for, I'm always a fan of cheese compositions. Anytime if you pull out, the Torbjorn, if you pull out the Mei, or if you pull out, the Symmetra, that would be something that would make my day. Or if we have living highlight reels of headshot after headshot from a Widowmaker, I guess that's why initially you bought the Pine t-shirt or the Pine jersey, isn't it?
Well, I'm going to be honest with you, I wanted the Jonak jersey, but that one was like three or four times more expensive. So
really?
This one was slightly reasonably priced. Yeah, I guess, Pine hadn't seen a lot of playtime that season. It was, I think, season 2 of the Overwatch League. Yeah, so this one was on discount. So full disclosure, that's what I went with. But not to say that I'm not excited about Pine coming back to the Dallas Fuel, of course.
Okay. Meanwhile, let's look at the defending team. That will be Geiger Counter. They are running things a bit more, this would be like a mirror matchup composition, I would imagine. That's because they are running the Reinhardt as well as Diva. Apple Tree maybe might swap to Diva. Let's see if that transpires. But we will have something a bit more similar. Both the teams opting to use the Lucio to speed boost the Rhine into safety. But now there's a nice divide here with the Mei wall. So it seems like Ski Savan would actually fall, to his death early. That's because of the Mei wall. That was a brilliant Mei wall here by Captain S.
Yeah, we talk about, a missed Mei wall and Busan. Well, that one is exactly what you do want from your wall. Splits Reinhardt away from his team. And now that's going to force some changes from the side of Dover Poly. Apple moving over to the Diva to get around that wall point effectively, and Auxilia just going to fly over it.
Okay, I see what Captain has. Oh no, it's a bit too early, but now we will have the Farah Mercy being played by Dover Polytechnic. Auxilia now raining down rockets from above. He is finding the back lines. They are a bit, ginger to poke out from the little creek here, but Auxilia is being met with a bit of resistance by Geiger Counter's Diva, which is Exile Captain as meanwhile getting killed onto Ski Savan yet again. So it seems like this is a really solid hole here for Geiger Counter with Captain as yet again, doing the cleanup duty for his team.
I mean, just insane damage coming from Assyria on the Farah, but that just lets Overclock get that Coalescence even quicker. And they lose one member, they lose the Reaper, but they just push in with the Coalescence, and there's nothing on the ground team of Dover Poly to stop that. So a nice hold for Giga Counter. Exo gets his mech back in the nick of time, but the positioning for Dover Poly is pretty good at the moment.
That is true. And now that's a huge freezing field here by Captain S, and that actually catch a lot of the members of Dover Polytechnic into, dicey territory here. Meanwhile, Auxilia just raining down rocket damage from above, but I don't think that's going to do any much better. That's because his team has to regroup and, reconvene back for yet another push.
Yeah, well, Telex getting a bit over-enthusiastic there. Drains some of the healing resources from its own Moira. It's 1 HP by the wall now.
It's Savan again, getting caught out from the Mei wall. And now we will have the bomb being utilized by Exile. Overclock, meanwhile, with the Coalescence just, beaming down everyone from Dover Poly. To their spawn you go, go back. Yep, I'm sorry, little Diva. Baby Diva. Yeah, the time bank is now 1 minute and 20 seconds. This is really hard, Dover Poly is, scratching their head, like looking at what compositions they can actually play.
Yeah, the peak main tank experience for Ski Savan there, getting caught out time after time again by the main wall. Now it's another switch over to the Doom Pit. Look, the wall again connects it so good.
Yep, yet again, Ski Savan enjoying the main tank experience, getting freeze, getting, stun, getting tons of CC. Meanwhile, with Asparagus getting a 3-man kill with his Death Blossom. With 1 minute left on the clock, I'm not seeing this. This is like a really frustrating fight for Dover Poly, especially for Ski Savan, where he's facing against so many CCs against him.
And one way to counter a Mei wall is to bring your own Mei, right? And counter wall the enemy team. But Dover Poly reluctant to try that at the moment. He will keep trying to circumvent this wall. But look, NUS
okay.
What's up?
Captain S.
The wall.
That wasn't a really nice wall, but now we will have Chroma getting killed onto Asparagus, and yet again another freezing fill on the side of Captain S, catching so many players of Dover Poly. It seems like Dover Poly would be struggling to actually get a foot onto the map, but now we will have the Diva Bomb being played by Apple Tree. Let's see if he gets any, but no. Before that, upward momentum of the Diva, seems like Exile would be the one to actually, decimate all the members of Team Dover Polytechnic off from the map. Now,
yeah, I mean, it's just brilliant play from the side of Giga Counter, because Dover Poly get the first pick, they hold the high noon for its entire duration. Asparagus goes into Waveform as Reaper, comes out of Waveform as Reaper, and then gets taken out immediately. And Dover Poly look to push an advantage. They move forward onto the point. And then that's when Captain S drops the Blizzard and catches, 2 members of the team. Not the biggest Blizzard in the world, but Dover Poly are so split up, they cannot help their teammates. The Immortality field is thrown out, but gets taken down immediately. And from there, it's just clean up from Geiger counter. So a super solid, a rock solid defense with the Mei Reaper, very, very traditional rush composition. Geiger counter showing that they can play more than just the Winston Diva, as this is the Blizzard they were talking about. A bit disconnected, honestly, the members of the Dover Poly split apart by the Blizzard, which came in at just the right time.
Yeah, but then again, like Dover Poly were actually struggling against this, like you mentioned, the Mei, right? They could have, swapped off to something a bit more sneaky, like the Tracer, or maybe they could pull off like, or they could have stayed longer with the Farah Mercy, just to counter the Mei. But it seems like they were scratching their head, and Ski Savan was suffering the brunt of the abuse by Giga Counter. It really sucks to play main tank in that situation, man, when you're just getting CC'd to death.
I mean, abuse is probably a pretty good way of putting it.
Oh no.
Just couldn't get anything done there against the very, very strong front line of a Reaper and a Mei. So, what to do when you're sick of playing Reinhardt? Just play something else. It's a 2 shields coming up from Dover Poly. Very different approach.
Say, yeah, but the thing is, Geiger counter only needs 1 tick, They just have to hold high ground, force Dover Poly, to touch, and therefore then on. But now we will see the rotation onto the high ground. Captain S with kills the immortality field. And now we have Ski Savan just raining down rocks from above. But now we will have Telex with the charge, gets a kill onto Chroma, and now he is the punisher towards Dover Polytechnic. And now they will finally rotate onto the point. Easy Clap now looking for any stragglers. And I guess this is it. GG, game over, maybe? Look like
well,
it.
Left Life and I have never seen a full team fight take place in that hallway before. That just looks like that custom game mode, 2D Overwatch.
Yeah.
Having abilities down a hallway, but Geiger counter making the rush work, just running at Dover Poly, not letting the poke comp with the double shields get anything done. Striggers, nothing personal hit. TV's in, gets 2, 3.
The Death Blossom.
Yep, 4 kills in the end. Well, 3 technically on the kill feed, but he contributed so much damage on everyone else. But yeah, that's not what I expected to see. I don't think that's what I look like.
Okay. I'm sorry, guys. Okay, if you're experiencing the green eyebrows here. Oh no, my green eyebrows, I just have to wipe it a bit. Oh, see, I just have to wipe my hand.
Magic.
And yeah, it's magic.
How are you doing that?
Okay, I'm doing very well, thank you, Lumos. I'm just playing a bit of Minecraft at the moment, and that's why you see we have the bright colors onto my camera there. But nevertheless, as for some of you who are asking in chat where are the Malaysian teams, I'm sorry, there aren't enough Malaysian playing this game. So, we might not really see a lot of Southeast Asian team going into the Collegiate finals. But let's see, though, in the next map. This is
that's it,
quite,
actually.
Oh, this is it. Yeah, first to 2.
Best of 3, yes.
yeah, first to 2, best of 3. And I guess it is yet again deja vu. We will have yet again Geiger counter versus Barrier Free Car Park. They have met 3 times thus far in this competition. It's either one or the other. So,
well, yes,
guys.
I mean, it is 1-1 in match score at the moment. So if it's a mini best of 3 series between these teams, this is the finale.
Okay. And with that being said, okay, let's we will go into a short break quite soon, but don't go away. That's because we are going to watch some replays quite in a bit. But yet again, I would like to point out, Dover Poly in the earlier match, they were struggling to find their feet, although in the King of the Hill map, it was a bit closer, But yeah. But what do you feel about what Dover Poly could have done better?
I mean, I feel that what Giga Counter ran there with the Mei Reaper Rush, not something that many teams have tried. In fact, I don't think we've seen it at all on stream so far. So not many teams running this composition, despite it, being in the past a pretty popular comp. And to be honest, I just think that they weren't expecting it and were not able to adapt in the space of a map. And Giga Counter put it out for like a couple of team fights in fact, just 1 team fight, I think, on Busan. Didn't quite work. They switched and then come back with it on King's Row. And I just don't think Dover Poly were prepared to deal with it. And just, the way that you play around that main wall is so important, and they just couldn't figure it out in time. So it's a great thinking from Giga Counter with the Switch.
All right. Okay. But also, I would like to point out, I'm really liking the plays by Geiger Counter here. They had, although they are a bit of a not so famous team, and they are not like a team which has superstar players like what we see like Barrier Free Kappa. They have the roster. They have the cream of the ex Overwatch World Cup Singapore players and whatnot. But I would like to point out, we had Easy Clap as well as Overclock here, which they had tremendous, really good supports here going into the fight against the World Poly, and that was what gave their tanks lineup such confidence into going in and just swinging the hammer or giving the tanks so much freedom to create space.
Well, you're talking about the supports there, but it is a DPS player for Giga Counter that will in fact be our player of the match. Let's take a look at some of the highlights from Asparagus on the Tracer and the Reaper, doing so much work for Giga Counter in that past match.
Okay, yep. Asparagus, yet again, his tracking is so good. Reminds me of this player, some little unknown player called Sablio B. Just walks in, get kills, click hits, win games.
Never heard of it.
No idea. Doesn't ring a bell?
No. My shirt says NYXL, but never heard of Sablio B. No.
Okay. But yet again, look at this Asparagus. He has been the one initially finding the pockets of time, and the timing is really, really essential into knowing when to go for a teleport. Like the Reaper here, whenever the whole team is distracted in the front line, he would be the one silently being the sneaky one, playing the Tracer or the Reaper, going into the enemy backlines and just wrecking havoc.
Yeah, I mean, Tracer and Reaper are such different heroes, right? Tracer about mechanics, Reaper so much about timing. Being able to excel in both is a sign of a great player. But anyway, so we're done with almost every match in our tournament. Just one more match to go, and it is the grand final. A rematch of the final that we had last year between NUS and NTU, the respective strongest rosters on both teams. It's the third time we're seeing these teams play this tournament, and this one is for all the marbles. This will be a best of 5 series, unlike all the other series that came before. First to reach 3 maps. Well, actually, it's not first to reach 3 maps because it's a best of 5, so never mind that. But we will get a great, opportunity to see these teams face off against each other and to finally prove which is the better team. I think for school pride as well, don't forget.
Okay, but I'm not sure. But guys, don't go anywhere. We will be watching the grand finals later. Yet again, NTU versus NUS. And those of you who are in chat, please do root or just spam up the teams that you would like to see win. Or if you're supporting NTU, just go spam NTU. And if you're a fan of NUS, you know what to do.
Audience engagement, yes. Drive up those metrics.
Yes, guys, just spam those comments right there. Sorry, and without further ado, I will be seeing you guys really soon alongside with Lumos, and Lumos, you would have a bit more time to actually chow down your sushi this time, in fact.
And fix the camera, hopefully.
Yes, and let's not play with some more Minecraft. But nevertheless, we will be seeing you really soon, and don't go anywhere. Hi guys, welcome back once again to the Singapore Collegiate Clash Finals 2021, presented to you by CMG Arena and also powered by Stat Banana. And guys, we are now the pinnacle of the event, which is Team NTU versus Team NUS. Time and time over this tournament, we have seen both this team, duking it up each other. So we have Geiger Counter versus Team Barrier Free Car Park. And I guess we have a bit of a roster to show you.
Here we go first with the roster representing NTU, defending the school's honor. And no surprises, really, it's the same roster we've been seeing all tournaments. The team may only have 6 players on the roster, but they are 6 incredibly strong and versatile and flexible players. And we've seen, multiple looks from this team. Hasn't always been the most smooth sailing for them, but they've clutched out when it matters. Went through the upper bracket, reached the final, and now we have to see whether they can pull it out one last time, one more clutch performance from the superstars on this team.
Okay, but meanwhile, on the other hand, we will also have the guys that actually did perform really well earlier. We have Team Geiger Counter, which is Team NUS here. We have Telex, Exile, Asparagus, Captain S, Easy Clap, Overclock. I mean, these guys, they are, they are proving themselves to be a really strong opponent for Barrier Free Counter, especially for Easy Clap. He did indeed pull out the really good kills here for Telex and Captain S, and we saw the Mei being played by Asparagus. Sorry, it was the Reaper being played by Asparagus, and Captain S was playing the Mei, right? So yeah, really flexible DPS here, and I'm not doubting in my mind that Geiger Counter can actually counter anything that Team Barrier Free Car Park can actually pull off.
Well, let's take a look at the maps that we will be playing today. As you can see, first the 3, so more maps lined up for you. This map of Oasis will be the pick of Barrier Free Car Park, given that they are the team coming from the upper bracket. Geiger Counter, of course, having to fight their way a little bit through the lower bracket. So Oasis, I mean, it's a point with 3 very different capture points. City Center, you can store the point out for 5 years, even if only 2 members on your team left alive. Gardens, controlling the high ground with the point is so important. Any team that can establish a presence up there has such a strong foothold on the points. And of course, also, University, your classic close range Brawly map.
Yeah, University would be quite an interesting match to see, actually. That's because, there's so much variability in terms you can go onto the high ground, but now we will see Gardens, right? I've seen some Overwatch League teams play Fire Mercy into this map. That's because there is a bit more space for the Fire Mercy to actually engage, and a bit of environmental, places where the Fire can actually take cover or concussion away into a crevice somewhere to hide. And so this would be quite, let's see if both teams can actually agree. Oh,
ball from both sides. That is interesting indeed.
Right. Okay.
Yep. We've expanded our tournaments, brought in more teams, brought in more schools. But at the end of the day, we are back to the same 2 schools once again, and the same 2 teams from last year. Will Geiger Counter be able to defend their title from IVGF 2020, or will the revenge be had by Barrier Free Car Park? Let's see how this turns out.
Okay, now we will have an engage onto the point. Barrier Free Car Park finding their way into the point. Meanwhile, Asparagus yet again with the Tracer being played here. Oh, Captain S getting hacked early. Oh, gets killed by Bubble Kitty though. Asparagus not relenting off from the point. He is now finding kills and targets here. He's just proving to be such an annoying character to deal with. And now we will have a hard reset for the side of Geiger Counter though.
Oh, and it's notable that, of course, both teams running the Wrecking Ball, but it is NTU. It is the side of Barrier Free Car Park, for whom Wrecking Ball is the specialty, is the bread and butter. So this matchup seems on paper to favor Barrier Free Car Park a little bit, and indeed they do have first capture of this point.
Oh, okay. Bubble Kitty with a hack there, which actually makes things a bit hard. Does indeed translocate to safety and charging his support's ultimate a bit more here. Meanwhile, Xenofly just poking some damage onto the high ground, but Very Free Kappa is playing this very patiently. They are not engaging whatsoever, just to make sure that they do not make the first mistake onto the point. Meanwhile, Asparagus yet again, he is just such an annoying tracer to play with. And look at this, Empha is running really low, but now Geiger Counter does indeed turn the situation into a 6v5, and Asparagus not relenting, getting yet another DMAC on the Diva here, and now he does indeed, recalls back some HP.
1,200 effective HP on the Nano Diva, but Asparagus just chews through it. Here comes the EMP, it's absolutely massive from Bubble Kitty. And well, he just does the cleanup himself, and the fight was turning in favor of Geiger Counter, but Bubble Kitty, I mean, he doesn't need the rest of his team to follow up on the EMP.
Okay, dead kill here. Oh no, doesn't get a kill, but never mind. Pew Pew would be his nickname. But meanwhile, Bubble Kitty here, he already used his EMP, so I guess Geiger Counter would have to revolve their next team fight around that EMP. Captain S looking for any opening here, but Bubble Kitty meanwhile onto the backlines, just charging up his EMP charge himself. Xenofly just looking for target and spy checking just for safety. Meanwhile, now that's the EMP that we are waiting for, and now we will have the Xenofly bomb does get a kill onto Captain S, and now the point would be in 99-0 contention. Ooh, huge whoop here, Xenofly with a kill onto Telex, and now we will have the Transcendence being popped off by Overclock. Easy Clap just hanging in there, and Empha now unleashing the mines onto the point, and this is it. 100-0. Barrier Free Kappa would reign superior against Geiger Counter. So NTU 1 and NUS 0.
I mean, such intelligent play there from Barrier Free Kappa. They knew that Geiger Counter had the EMP and they didn't, so they just spread out across the entirety of the point. The EMP from Captain S, he used his Translocator in. He only gets 2, absolutely no value there because the rest of his team not around to follow up, and it didn't help that Xenofly tossed self-destruct in to zone out the players of Geiger Counter from following up on that EMP. So much better value coming out of the ultimates from Barrier Free Kappa right there.
Okay, but meanwhile, this is Oasis University, where we have Empha Xenofly yet again with the ball diva composition. But on the other side, Geiger Counter is playing this a bit more safer. They are running the Reinhardt diva combination with Asparagus using something which really worked well and paid off in dividends for him in the earlier match. He is playing the Reaper. Captain S finding some headshots. Hopefully to get a fight in his favor. 6v5.
Yeah, this is not an easy map to make the Wrecking Ball work on. Look, that Geiger Counter can just hide in this room and the ball can't really do anything. He will have to eventually step out onto the point to contest it though, and we'll have to see when Barrier Free Kappa chooses to engage. Kitty just being annoying, farming up on the EMP. Gets the heck on the health pack, that's big. It's a huge nade into the room as well.
Hack. That's a huge hack. Now, I mean, Geiger Counter doesn't have the safety net of the health pack in the room here. But let's see if Empha can make anything happen. He would be the first one to actually go down. Captain S now with the dead eye. He is hoping to catch anyone poking their head. Xenofly will be the one to go down. And now Bubble Kitty getting killed onto Easy Clap. So this seems like, Geiger Counter finally finding their footing onto the point. And there we go. WM Mouse 1. And we will have the swinging hammer from Telex, hopefully trying to kill the ball from actually stalling any further.
Yeah, and Barrier Free Kappa, I think, got a bit impatient, decided it's time, we have to take and engage eventually. They go in, but Empha sort of rolls in alone, gets taken down to 1 HP, and they chase him out of the room and pull out with the kill. So Geiger Counter finally established a foothold on this point. Early minefield with Empha. Gets absolutely blown up, completely isolated there, but the trade kill will come back onto Telex 13, and Exo also DMAX. Bubble Kitty has this EMP will be needed.
Oh, that was a close hack there. Bubble Kitty almost hacking the coalescing Moira. So it seems like he has to flee to safety. But meanwhile, Deadpool does get the double kill onto Overclock and Captain S. Empha is just running ham onto the point here. Seems like the point will flip in contention to Barrier Free Kappa's favor. And now Bubble
Yeah.
Kitty has the EMP.
EMP. Look at the ultimates for the side of Barrier Free Car Park. 4 outs ready to go. No engage. Ooh, ready for Giga Counter with no coalescence. They can beat, but there is an EMP to watch out for. So, is this EMP? How is this EMP and Sound Barrier dynamic going to play out? Easy Clap very obviously hiding his team. Gingerly, I suppose, making their way onto the point. So,
Okay.
just causing some trouble here.
Yep. And now we have yet again another dead eye by Captain as he's just finding some headshots, some really juicy target. Xenofly would get the mag here.
And Captain
by
Asparagus, Bubble Kitty out of the EMP. That's a humongous play right there from McCree.
Huge plays by the McCree there. There's no EMP, and now we will have Geiger Counter establishing dominance onto the point. And yet again, another team fight on the side of Geiger Counter. This is quite a back and forth match that we are seeing thus far, Lumos.
I mean, so interesting to watch Geiger Counter slowly push onto the point. Then knowing there's an EMP and the mind games between the Sombra and Lucio, just fascinating to watch. Asparagus, I think he fell off the map right there, but I mean, that slam. I mean, screw that Ana in particular. She's the one that got caught, the only one that died. There's M5 being annoying in the backline as there's another environmental kill. Claire sends Easy Clap off the edge, and now this minefield could do so much work. A second whip shot kill from Claire, so this brick is doing some real work on the point. And they eventually clean up. The answer is no, as Claire gets a third kill in this fight. And, you know, it didn't look like it was going the way of Barrier Free Car Park, but the break there coming up the triple, doing so much work, and Barrier Free Car Park forced their way back onto the control points.
But Amphad, his setup was perfect there. He actually rolled behind the team of Geiger Counter, and just as they were retreating, he actually unleashed his minefield, and that prevented a retreat. And that was what caught Geiger Counter off guard there. And now we will have an EMP on the side of Bubble Kitty. And now it seems like Barrier Free Car Park are actually struggling. No, we will have actually Xenofly with the kill onto Easy Clap. And this is quite a reversal or a change of events here. Deadpill with a kill, headshot kill onto Asparagus, and now he's looking for more targets. Deadpill yet again with another kill onto Talax, and now Claire. Oh no, he's just swinging his mace away, and we will see if, let's say, the Diva is enough to hold. Yes, this is a desperation bomb, by the way, but really nice kill here by Ampha. Opting to roll into exile here, and this is last fight territory for both the teams here. Ampha with a kill onto Asparagus. Seems like the match might be over in Barrier Free Car Park's favor. So this is a 1-0 favoring NUS.
And we did talk about how University is not such a great map for the ball compared to Gardens, which was the first point we saw, and indeed, this point was so much closer, and Giga Counter definitely got a good look into on the point on multiple occasions. As we see, that's how the Lucio went off the edge. I think we're going to see more kills here from the Brigitte. You know, brick play of the game are pretty rare. But
but I think you have to attribute that kill that just to Ampha, because he was the one setting up, you know, the positionings for his team to actually collapse onto the opponent. So the moment the ball jumps in and unleashes his mines, and you know, Paul drives onto the Diva, that was it. It was game over, and Claire was just there swinging her mace and just getting the HPs of all the members down there. And really good showing from both the teams. It was quite back and forth. I did not for one second think, you know, it would be going in the favor of Team Barrier Free Car Park. But there we go. There we have it.
Yeah, and they're definitely showing their mastery of this ball and Sombra composition. We didn't even get to City Center, which I think would be the most suitable map for a ball composition.
Yeah.
So you know, we saw Barrier Free Car Park pull out this ball comp on King's Row against Dover Poly and actually crush it. So definitely showing they can play this comp on, you know, multiple different maps, even when it doesn't really suit the style that this comp likes to play. So a really good showing from Barrier Free Car Park on the first map of the series.
Okay, right now we're gonna watch some more plays that just transpired. We're gonna look at some Diva Bomb action. Is this the next, you know, Poco here? We actually, you know, Xenofly, he does just get so much value for his Diva Bombs, right? He, if let's say he's not memeing with some remake kills there, like yesterday, what we've actually witnessed, he actually plays really, really well. So yeah, if any teams, wants to pick up some unknown player which plays Diva, maybe Xenofly is the guy to go for. But guys who are in the chat, it is NUS versus NTU, whoever that you favor in this tournament, just go and spam their name. Also, shout out to Duke, Fafa, Reen, as well as Silver, who are in chat. RXs, I know you're there moderating, and thank you very much. And let's now look at the map pools.
Yep, as Teddy's camera decides to go, and apply some filters of its own. Yeah, someone said we are sharing Wi-Fi. That might actually be the case. It is Rialto, the next map that we are going to. Rialto does favor the Rhine comp or the double shield comp or the poke compositions, in fact. So not too surprised that NUS have chosen to take us there. It is their pick, of course, loser's choice of map pick throughout the entirety of the grand finals. And I expect we will see them change things up a bit. The May Reaper could work, but it's not the most optimal place for it.
Also, Rialto, as I'm just a Pharah main, I really feel that Pharah could be a wild pick in Rialto, especially if you play with alongside a Mercy. And if you have a dive, if you have some sort of dive tanks that would actually help you create some distraction in the front lines, why not?
I mean, Pharah is always a popular pick here in ladder. And we've seen it, I think, a few times in pro play as well. So there's a good chance that one or more of these teams, one or both of these teams will at some point change to a Pharah to really shake things up a little bit. So Giga Counter, well, maybe they are indeed going for the Pharah because we've seen them put in a bit of a swap in their roster. It's actually Caramel coming in for Overclock on the support role. And we do know that Caramel is a main support player as is Easy Clap. So it's a double main support composition that Giga Counter is leaning towards for Rialto. That's quite interesting.
Also, I would like to ask though, Easy Clap is a Lucio, a Lucio player, and so is Claire, right? So among both these Lucio Reddit Lucio players, who would you favor to perform better in this matchup?
I mean, the interesting thing is that Caramel, I believe, is also a Lucio main, a pretty highly rated Lucio player. So we've got tons of Lucio aficionados in the server here today. As for which one is better, I cannot claim to have spectated any of them personally myself. It's a bit hard to say. Maybe we'll just measure it by the number of environmental kills on Rialto.
Okay, we'll see. If anyone would be like the better Lucio, we'll see if either Claire or Easy Clap would land more environmental kills. And now I'm turning into Minecraft right here.
Goodness knows what's happened. Well, something to do. Something with the stream. The internet gods don't really like us today. Yes, heading into Rialto. At least the game is proceeding smoothly. No technical issues so far for any of our players. I hope I didn't just jinx it.
Okay, Zero the Seal, just play ball, lol. Okay, yes, that would be nice, but however, immediately, just as soon as you say that, Ampha did indeed change to a ball here. Alongside with Xenofly, he is opting to play something that he is very comfortable with, but Geiger Counter, they might change it last minute depending on what scouting.
I don't really think that's what they're going to head out the gates with. I mean, they're a free car park, sticking to what's working. The exact same lineup as we had on Oasis. It's up to Geiger Counter to think of something different and try something new. Arista Diva? Well, I've not seen that one in pro play before. Can't imagine where they've gotten that composition from.
However, Claire and Easy Clap, I was expecting them to play Lucio, but a bit disappointing here. But nevertheless, we will have Telex now, pushing the whole team of Geiger Counter actually pushing the card. Oh, that's a dangerous hack. Really nice pills here by Exile here, peeling for the Tracer. Asparagus manages just to get out with a sliver of his HP. Meanwhile, Bubble Kitty in no man's land there, just trying to get some outcharge, but now the cut would be stalled by both the teams here.
And you would think that an extended fight at close range in this corridor is going to favor the Orisa over the Wrecking Ball, so very few car park have a limited window of time with which to make something happen. Yes, you can see the tanks falling solo for very few car park, cross on to half HP, Deadpool to no HP, he falls. The first kill goes the way of NUS. Captain has parked up on the high ground, putting so much damage, and a bit of a stall from M4 on the ball, but this fight looks like it is over.
Okay, now we will have Easy Clap with the kill onto Ampha, and now Asparagus would to go try to get a bit more scouting information, but do beware, Geiger Counter has to be very careful, have to be very careful of Bubble Kitty. That's because, you know, even Captain S now is just looking around. Oh, he does spot Yep, does spot the Sombra in the backline. Meanwhile, Xenofly with the kill onto Telex. Captain S would be, you know, momentarily, you know, decommission Exile with a Diva bomb kill onto Xenofly. And this is yet another successful push onto the payload for Geiger Counter, but we will have a nano boosted
They need the
Brigitte.
EMP. They need the EMP to recontest it. Can they stall it out for long enough?
Oh, that's a EMP that actually was used by Bubble Kitty, and now Bubble Kitty would get a kill onto Exile. This is such a clutch play here by Bubble Kitty. His EMP really opened up the can of worms, which is Geiger Counter, and they almost had the point there, but you know, Bubble Kitty was there to save the day, and now looking yet again for another kill with Xenofly opting to, you know, finish that off. Oh, see! Oh. I'm not so much.
2.18 meters. I mean, that was very nearly disaster. For the side of Berry Car Park, I bet Berry Car Park will be looking over their shoulders a lot more after that one.
Okay, RXS ask, is there any international students in this tournament? Not that I know of, but meanwhile we will see Bubble Kitty just, you know, doing a bit of spying in the back lines here. Yep, he is a spy, and now he gets a kill on to Asparagus. Gets checked by the Diva, but he flees on to safety. Deadpill meanwhile checking onto the right hand side here towards the Mega Health Pack side, and the ball Ampha is just looking where the next engagement is going to happen. He's ready there, just waiting to use his mines.
I mean, 6 ultimates on the board for Berry Car Park. You know, it seems like we finally had a fight since the previous one where Bubble Kitty used his EMP, but he already almost has it again. This is looking like a pretty difficult one to win for Geiger Counter.
Okay, meanwhile, ooh, that's a nice EMP, does catch off 4 players, and now we will have a bomb, does not transpire too much. Claire meanwhile getting killed onto Captain S, and yet again we have a successful hold by Barrier Free Car Park. It doesn't seem like things are going their way though, although Barrier Free Car Park did indeed use 5 ultimates.
Yeah, I mean, 5 ultimates, just 2 from the set of Geiger Counter. I'm not sure they really needed every single one of those. They may be wanting some of them back. But now this is the window of opportunity for Geiger Counter as Captain S goes over to the Hanzo, and immediately he finds the pixel. There's a huge opening now for the set of Geiger Counter.
Okay, Bubble Kitty now looking to translocate away, but no, meanwhile we will have Xenofly just being nano boosted, just trying to create some mayhem in the front line. He does indeed get a kill onto Easy Clap though. Now we will have a Diva bomb. Let's see if Geiger Counter can use the Diva bomb to their advantage. Deadpill meanwhile getting kill onto Caramel. This is such a back and forth match. Clown Fiesta, it is Ampha. Meanwhile, running super low here. Deadpill with a kill onto Telex. And now it seems like the Diva Exile 3 is just trying to touch onto the point for a bit longer. Bubble Kitty yet again with another EMP. There's no stopping this madman. He's just going left, right, center, and now stopping right in the tracks of the engagement. Geiger Counter would be shut down.
So many opportunities there for Geiger Counter, but Barrier Free Car Park had the response every single time. They knew perfectly how to respond to whatever Geiger Counter threw at them. We saw Captain S with the late switch to Handle. He gets the opening pick onto Deadpool, onto the McCree, but Barrier Free Car Park just back off. They know they have the advantage if they fight at this checkpoint. The respawns are so much closer for the defensive side once the payload has gotten there, and you can just shoot across this bridge that we're looking at right here and contribute to the fight so much more quickly. And at the end of the day, Barrier Free Car Park were able to kite aggression when they needed to, and to go aggressive when they needed to. I do believe that somewhere in the middle of there, Bubble Kitty did EMP cleanse a sound barrier coming out from Caramel, so that's a people's bad moment if there ever was one. But yeah, that's a very dominant showing from Barrier Free Car Park on the map pick of Geiger Counter. So they will have to pull out something special here at the side of NUS if they are to pull things back and tie up the series.
Certainly a revenge match that is going thus far, because in round 2 of the arena finals, right? Yeah, it seems like Geiger Counter is actually finding their foot in terms of, you know, trying to counter barrier free car park. But let's see. However, we will have the setup here. Geiger Counter opting to use again an Orisa as well as a Diva, but a bit lacking in the spy check department. Let's see if Exile can manage to, you know, spot the stray Bubble Kitty in his backline.
I mean, so much. It depends so much now on the Diva and on the break on the side of Geiger Counter to deny this EMP farm and hack value from Bubble Kitty. Already used the Exile on the Diva, spots out the Sunblock. She's in a bit of trouble. 15 HP, just gets out of the life.
Oh!
Little bit low, swings to safety. And now this is where you want to play as Geiger Counter, right? You want to hold this choke as it will get to run over.
Oh no.
Denied right there.
Exile tree with a boop onto that pill, and now Geiger Counter is struggling to actually find their footing. That is because there's so much distraction by Enfado. He is just in the front line making things happen, and now we will have Asparagus just trying to, you know, shoo the stray Bubble Kitty away. He is actually now perched onto the high ground waiting for yet the next team fight that's going to happen. Again, Bubble Kitty in the back lines, you know, just forcing resources off from the front lines, and you know, that might be the winning strategy that they have to go for. Meanwhile, Captain S in the front lines just getting a dragon kill onto Dead Pill. Meanwhile, Talax getting killed onto Empha. Now we will have a dangerous Xenofly. Oh no, he does get taken down though. Telex getting a headshot kill onto him. Asparagus just looking for more targets, but no, the match is done and dusted with 2 minutes and 35 seconds left onto the clock.
And finally, after a minute and a half, they do get a kill onto Bubble Kitty. It stayed a little bit too long that time around, but it doesn't matter. He has the EMP. He's going to drop it this time around. The question is where? No sound barrier on the side of Geiger Counter, of course, and they don't have the rally to counter with that either, so they would have to get creative with how they deal with this EMP right here.
Okay, EMP does indeed open up the can of worms. Geiger Counter did indeed falling down one by one. Bubble Kitty getting killed onto Captain Nest. Now Empha just running havoc in the backlines. Just, you know, just shooting things left, right, and center. And now Dead Pill with a kill onto Asparagus. Mines will be unleashed by Empha, just creating a bit more space. This is 1 minute and 50 seconds left. And this is last fight territory. It's a do or die situation here for Geiger Counter. Let's see if they can make anything happen. But you know, with a little bit more space left, like it's like 10 meters away from the point, and now we will have Dead Pill getting a kill onto Asparagus. Empha's just creating so much space though.
Oh, the attempted TP into the back with the Death Blossom does not pan out at all for Asparagus. He gets taken down, stunned, and yep, every single kill going away of Barrier Free Car Park. A valiant attempt at the recontest, but nothing doing. Barrier Free Car Park will cap the first point of Rialto. They will go up 2-0 in this series and take themselves to match points.
Yeah, but then again, like time and time again, you know, Bubble Kitty is proving himself to be such a key player by playing the Sombra and opening things up for Empha to go in with the mines and go in with the power drive, and that is what is catching Geiger Counter off guard. But meanwhile, let's see here where we have so many kills going on the side of team Barrier Free Car Park. And yet again, I am playing Minecraft. This is also Pride Month once again.
RGB lighting month, perhaps.
RGB lighting month. Yes, I have, you know, I have a RGB filter right there. But okay guys, this is indeed the last match for Geiger Counter.
Yes.
Yeah. If let's say Geiger Counter does not win this, it is game over. GG for them. So I'm not sure what Geiger Counter can actually do. Like, what are your opinion, man, Lumos?
I mean, I'm pretty sure we were expecting a 3-0 in either direction after how close the matches between these two teams have been throughout the tournament. But at the moment, Geiger Counter staring down match point. It will be the map pick again, so at least slightly favored, perhaps you might say, slightly more in their favor to take this next map and begin perhaps potentially a reverse sweep. But as it stands, Barrier Free Car Park, you know, they've shown one composition this match and they've run it to perfection. So the momentum absolutely with them at the moment.
Right. The momentum is on Barrier Free Car Park side. And guys who are in chat, if you need to send some energy to NUS Way, please do spam NUS and show some love for your players here that is representing you. NUS, which is now which is now Geiger Counter. Let's hope they can actually be the counter towards Barrier Free Car Park. Maybe they can be the one to shut down the barrier on the car park. So we'll see about that. But don't go anywhere because we'll be really starting quite soon there. And I also okay, guys. With that being said, we are now going for a short break, and we'll be right back with more Overwatch action with me and Lumos. All right, guys, we are right back. This is the finals of the Singapore Collegiate Clash of 2021, which is presented by CMG Arena and also powered by Stat Banana. Big thanks to Fraudy for actually bringing this together, as well as for you, Lumos. You are the one who is the backbone and actually, coordinating all the teams and all the matches and whatnot. But we are here in the last fight territory, or the last map territory of both this team. And we also have a roster change. I'm not too sure. Oh yeah, okay. Overclock will be swapping in for Caramel on the side of Team NUS or Team Geiger Counter. So we might have some a bit more, support, a bit more, flexibility into playing different main support. But now let's look at the map pool which is going to be played. Just now we just witnessed the first map, which is Oasis, then followed by Rialto, and now Blizzard World, the hybrid map. I guess this is a dicey one. That's because the first point is a bit hard to break through, depending on whichever team is the attacking or the attacking side.
Certainly you get lots of long sidelines on Blizzard World. First point as well as second point. You just we're looking right now at this little snippet of Blizzard World, which is just a really extended high ground platform that goes in multiple directions. Having control of that high ground and being able to set your backline up in great position to great sidelines on that high ground is often critical to winning this map and getting a good push through the streets phase of Blizzard World. So maybe the composition from Barrier Free Car Park, they can find a way to make that work with the ball, but they don't have a ton of ranged damage, of course, so it might be a bit tricky for them. Obviously, if they allow a rush composition to get on them on that high ground, it can be pretty difficult for this relatively squishy composition to sustain itself. Meanwhile, it seems that Geiger Counter are going with the Moira Lucio comp, so another new look from this team. Obviously, what they've been trying so far hasn't really been working out as planned, as intended. Barrier Free Car Park are just sticking to what they know works. Let's see whether Geiger Counter, at the third time of asking, have come up with the solution.
Yeah, I really hope Geiger Counter. Yep, they are indeed changing things a bit now. This is the map of Blizzard World, but being spray painted by Mr. Easy Clap here. Vandalizing your spawn is actually wrong, but let's look at the carnage that actually happened in the spawn room. All the chairs are broken thus far. And now we will have the engaged Geiger Counter, spotting what's happening into the first high ground. Spots actually, Barrier Free Kappa are holding the holding a bit in front here on the first high ground. Telex actually jumping in, utilizing his bubble early. Exile here spotting for any stray bubble kitty in the back lines, you know, hopefully doing a bit of spy checking, but we'll see if, let's say, Bubble Kitty manages to find an early hack, and that would open up Geiger counter yet again. But that is a really good rotation. Geiger counter going onto the second high ground of the first point, and now we will have the rotation. Ampha just trying to, you know, land a nice... Oh, that's nice...
That's really funny to watch from Ampha, just swinging there for like 10-15 seconds at a go, booping the members of Geiger counter around, sweeping them right around the backline. Can they capitalize upon that?
He's getting so much value though. He's just swinging on the high ground and actually, you know, cleaving the team into two parts, two peas in a pot, and now we will have the engage here. The EMP does indeed charge early. Telex now with a kill onto Claire, and now we will see Captain S just trying to hack. It does get a hack onto the Diva here. Xenofly is in dangerous territory. He would be whittled down, and Captain S yet again going into the backlines. Oh, gets a nice juicy target here. The Ana does indeed fall short to Captain S gun though. And now Geiger counter, it seems like they are actually finding the value here to actually countering barrier free car park, although that was a really nice EMP, but it did not, you know, maybe there was a bit of a communication issue there.
Such fine margins there. If the EMP had come online perhaps even 2 seconds earlier, that fight might have gone differently, but Geiger counter able to make their way as a unit onto the point, forcing barrier free car park to play into them in an enclosed area, and the Wrecking Ball is just so much less effective in that situation. They get Ampha low, they take him out, and despite the EMP, they don't have the manpower needed to finish the fight. Now Captain S looking for the juicy EMP, but the fight is taking place elsewhere.
Okay, Ampha meanwhile opting to use his mines into the front lines, and now Deadpill does get a kill onto Asparagus. The Reaper nowhere to be found, and now Xenofly just spotting, you know, just creating a bit more space. That's a huge, you know, kill for Xenofly there. He does indeed get a call from his ball, and he goes in and help him, and Captain S would be wiped out from the map for now.
Yeah, I think maybe they found and destroyed the Translocator because Sombra just wasn't going anywhere. Well, Bubble Key has his second EMP already.
That's a nice EMP.
I mean, the beat is good as the response, but it still takes out Telex. Here comes the counter EMP. The bomb gets Xenofly in a baby Diva bomb, I think. And finally, the momentum looks to be swinging ever so slightly the way of NUS.
Meanwhile, Asparagus just trying to rain down some damage in the front line, but Claire finding some value, killing off Easy Clap easily. And now we will have the Coalescence to engage from the side of Team Geiger counter. Oh, that's a huge bomb, double kill by Exile here, catching off Crozon and Deadpill. So this is now a 6v3 territory. I think this is really going in the way of Geiger counter. We will see if, let's say, yep, next one which is going to fall down would be Xenofly, and Captain S getting a kill onto Xenofly there. And let's look at the next team fight. Is going to be Bubble Kitty. Yeah. Oh no.
He's too busy looking for the other Sombra, and he ignored the threat of the McCree, and that's just terrible news, honestly, for Geiger counter, because Bubble Kitty will have this EMP up again before the next fight. Won't actually need it. The minefield from the side of Barrier Free Car Park is going to do a lot of work and push Geiger counter back for the moment.
Okay, now Bubble Kitty does cloak himself into safety, but he already has his EMP, and now Xenofly opting to scout the next rotation that's going to happen onto the high ground. We are going to witness like some juicy EMP, and as soon as I say that, that's a beautiful EMP, but Deadpill does get an early kill onto Asparagus here. So Geiger counter now looking to reconvene, and that is back to the drawing board for Team Geiger counter. Barrier Free Car Park is now stopping Team Geiger counter at their tracks. Oh, this is a huge scout here by Bubble Kitty yet again, charging his ult. Oh, dangerous.
Oh, they're playing with fire. There is Bubble Kitty, and look at the EMP farm. He just used the EMP as Xenofly gets caught out a little bit actually. This could be the opening that Geiger counter needs. Alex13 wasting no time, goes ahead with the Primal Rage, gets slapped, gets woken up once again. Captain S takes out his opposing number 2, no EMP in this fight. That's actually a critical kill there. Critical kills from the Winston and from the Sombra, and this fight looks like finally it is going the way of Geiger counter.
Yeah, but I mean, that was such a beautiful play here by Telex. He was utilizing the Winston Primal Rage to actually cleave the team into multiple parts. Now we have Crozon just trying desperately to keep his team alive. And we will see now the engage. Let's see if there is a nano being utilized. Oh, that does not go before the EMP, which actually catch Barrier Free Car Park out from the blue, and we will have Exile with the double kill here. It seems like Geiger counter now successfully pushing the cut onto second point.
Oh, that's a gorgeous sequence of ultimates that they back off just enough to bait Barrier Free Car Park out into the open, and then they go in with the Diva Bomb from Exo and a 6-man EMP from Captain S. You know, a very classic combination as old as time, as Bubble Kitty still being annoying in the back. So just searching for him. Okay, Sombra's removed. Let's get back to the cards. And now the early contest comes in from Dinofly.
Okay, I'm really liking the spy check which Exile is actually utilizing. Now we will have the hack here. Ampha has to run away in safety, but he actually has his mine in the front. So he's pretty much okay there. Meanwhile, Bubble Kitty in the backline trying to do some, you know, Sombra shenanigans.
Yep, he's got EMP ready to go once again. The man's EMP farm rate is just immense. Scott's, slinking around the backline. This could be a 6-man if he lets it go.
Oh, EMP, big EMP does catch 5 men, and then the even Asparagus, he had his Death Blossom there but was slapped. That was a really cool sleep by Crozon there. Meanwhile, yet another bomb. Xenofly does indeed find the target, which is overclock zone without a main healer there for Geiger counter. This is a bit dicey for Team Red here. Meanwhile, Bubble Kitty yet again a pain in the neck for the members of the team, but Geiger counter. And Asparagus just going ham. Yet again, Telex. How many Primal Rage does this man have? And he's going ham in the front lines and now pushing them all the way back to spawn. He has to be a bit careful here though.
Yeah, and the momentum for once is swung in Geiger counter's favor because they're just one fight away from capping this. Bubble Kitty nowhere near the EMP, and there's nothing defensive on the side of Barrier Free Car Park to use in response, and Captain S does have the EMP, and by the trouble, the bomb goes into the back. Oh, Captain has run into the minefield. That is disastrous for Geiger counter. That was their win condition. It's now gone.
Okay, but meanwhile, Team Barrier Free Car Park now opting to swing the momentum in their favor. Ampha just rolling in like a wrecking ball, which is what he is. And meanwhile, Asparagus just finding, you know, targets time and again. Captain S now with the EMP on his own, but does not catch anything too important. Does not catch too many targets. Captain S now trying to whittle down the enemy a bit less here. Now again we have a bomb here. Xenofly getting a double kill onto Telex as well as Easy Clap. So this is really good hold here on the side of Barrier Free Car Park. So yep, I don't think this is going to, but this is a really good push though for Team Geiger counter. It almost reached the end there.
Well, it almost reached the end, but it could have been so much more. The EMP just not going off at the right time. Captain S runs into the minefield, translocates into a minefield, one or the other, comes back, and the fight is, you know, it's all over the place. It's spread out across the entire point. He solo EMPs Deadpool on McCree, which is really not the target that you want to go for. McCree can still shoot you in the head when he's hacked. And to top it all off, they are not able to pull up on that damage. And, you know, that fight is taking place right outside of the spawn door of Barrier Free Car Park on that third point. So the respawns just way in favor of the defending team. So 111 meters. As we said, a decent push. Blizzard World third point is not easy to cap. In fact, no escort map or hybrid map is easy to cap on the third point.
That is true.
A glimmer of hope still for Geiger counter, but they have a fair bit of work to do if they are to take this map away.
It seems like both these teams are running the Sombra composition here, but I'm really liking the play here by Easy Clap. He opts to use the Lucio. Let's see if he can get any environmentals onto the backside of the first point. But meanwhile, Barrier Free Car Park, why change something that ain't broken? Which is what is their ethos thus far in this tournament, because time and time again, they have been playing something that works and that actually counters any opponent pretty well. And this card here?
That Claire, you know, is an instrumental part in denying the value of the Sombra from Geiger counter. That may explain in part why Bubble Kitty is getting his EMP so much sooner, because the Lucio and the Moira pretty juicy sort of hack targets and farm targets.
Okay, oh, that's a dangerous place to be. Ampha does get does get caught out early. Captain S, spotting him early with a hack, and he is gone. Meanwhile, Telex in the front line just finding for targets, and now Team Barrier Free Car Park is scurrying to safety, but now is being pushed back hard by Telex as well as the members of Team Geiger Counter. So Mega Health is indeed being hacked by Geiger Counter, so there is no refuge there for the health pack in the Mega Room on the right hand side. Meanwhile, Exile yet again with a double kill onto Empha and Claire. So this is a successful team fight with Geiger Counter.
And it's still going. This fight just dragged on for like far longer than it should have. And that's just in favor of the defensive team. They're just burning time off the clock. Already 1 minute gone from that. It's not really even a team fight, was it? It was more of a skirmish. But the EMPs coming up nicely for Captain S. He already has it. Bubble Kitty only 55%. Now, where's he going to use it? Gets stunned out of the EMP by Deadpool. That's absolutely massive. The follow-up still comes through from Geiger Counter, but can they even get any kills? Looks like the answer is no.
Alright, but now as soon as you say that, Bubble Kitty does indeed find a kill and a DMAC onto Exile, so this is really dicey for Team Geiger Counter. Yup, they indeed flip the point in their favor, but not much is lost with 2 minutes and 20 seconds left onto the clock. I guess it is anyone's game in the street space of this hybrid map.
We saw the invisible Sombra just running around in the middle of the backline of Barrier Free Car Park, and pretty sure Deadpool was looking around all that time, and he was more than ready to throw that flashbang out when Captain S came out of his invisible form. They will find the Sombra there.
Oh
so
no, Captain S!
Deny more EMP farm. Meanwhile, Bubble Kitty does have his EMP, so this is going to be a difficult fight to win. At least they're going first with the engagement.
Okay, just look at the Death Blossom by Asparagus catching out 2, and now he is going for more. But let's see, this is bloodthirsty DPS here. Asparagus just going ham in the front lines, and now Empha, he is being caught out. No, he does indeed flee to safety. Asparagus just, okay, enough is done. There's enough damage done. Let's reconvene back for the next team fight. Meanwhile, Exile, is he gonna try for a sneaky remake? Let's see.
Looks like that may happen, but there's an EMP.
No.
Kitty. Gets hacked out of the EMP. Doesn't get it off. That's the second EMP that's denied this round. What is going on in this game?
Meanwhile, Deadpool does find a dead eye target onto Telex with no tanks on the side of Geiger Counter. This is yet again another full steam ahead for Team Barrier Free Car Park. They are now going into the support backline, which is Geiger Counter. They are struggling to find their footing here, and now with rotations onto the high ground. Captain S is just trying to whittle down the HP of Xenofly. Does indeed find that target, translocate back to safety, and now Telex is now being anti-healed. He has to be a bit careful with where he positions himself next, but Geiger Counter now proving to be quite... Oh, that's a nice hack onto the Sombra. So a Sombra v Sombra situation here. I don't think Bubble Kitty is getting out alive, but the next team fight might revolve around Bubble Kitty's EMP.
I cannot believe it. I cannot believe that a manual hack actually cancelled the EMP from Bubble Kitty. It's absolutely massive. Perhaps even bigger than the cancel from Deadpool onto Captain S earlier on, because that just stopped the team wipe from coming through. And as a result, you see now Geiger Counter have the opportunity to stabilize here on point B to set up on the high ground. Captain S going early with the EMP, not just yet. He's waiting. They probably know he's there as someone's putting pressure on the card. So which way is he going to go?
Okay, Bubble Kitty now does the translocate EMP, finds the target here, finds 3 though. Now Empha with the kill onto Captain S. This is the tides turning for Barrier Free Car Park. They are going ham. The Moira Coalescence a little too late. That's because the damage has already been done. Xenofly now just kiting around the bubble now, going ham for the Winston. Winston does indeed fall down. I think this is the second point being clinched and secured for Barrier Free Car Park. We are in third fight being unlocked right now.
Insult to injury, Easy Clap had hit down Barrier cancelled by I think a shield bash on the side of from Claire. Either that or I think it was the shield bash from Claire. So yet another massive ultimate denied. This time it's one on the side of Geiger Counter. So 3 minutes, it's not biggest time bank in the world, and Geiger Counter do still need to get a payload all the way to the edge.
Oh no.
Doesn't get anything.
That's a huge purple. That's a huge purple on the side. And now we will have Xenofly with a remake kill onto Asparagus yet again. And also a DMAC onto Exile. So this is now proving to be a really good swing in momentum in Barrier Free Car Park's favor. Now we have Bubble Kitty getting kill onto Telex. And this is now full steam ahead. Mouse 1 and W for Team Barrier Free Car Park.
Yeah, this is it. One more fight that Barrier Free Car Park needs to win to take this series as Overclock dies late. That is a problem. He has the Coalescence. That could be important, but he needs to get out and use it. The EMP almost ready there for Deadpool, for Bubble Kitty. Bomb into the back. And Kevin S gets taken on by M-Card. That's the problem.
Okay, I'm really liking Crozon. He's topping up Ampha really well here. And now we will see, yep, that's a huge purple there. And now Claire does get a kill onto Asparagus. I think this fight is about to conclude here with Claire getting killed onto the Reaper. This is not such a good situation, which is proving for Geiger Counter. And now we will have both the teams just trying to touch the point. Now with a huge sound barrier on the side of Easy Clap. This might be the turn of events that Geiger Counter needs to actually, you know, just stay in the fight a bit more longer and cross on with a what do you call it?
Reset. Yep.
Reset. Yes.
Yep.
A reset.
But Geiger Counter had to use absolutely everything. The sound barrier, once he got it, the EMP, the moment Captain S had it, he pressed Q. You know, taking no chances at Geiger Counter, but that cost them their entire ultimate bank. So it's still an uphill battle from here.
Okay, now we have Captain S just trying to be sneaky in the backlines, does translocate away to safety. Asparagus managing a kill onto Ampha without a tank. Now it's a 6v5 situation for Team Geiger Counter. Barrier Free Car Park has to be a bit careful here. That's because they are in the last fight territory, under 1 minute on the clock for both the teams.
They are definitely playing for this EMP by Bubble Kitty. As you can see, the Invisible Sombra silhouette going to the back, looking for that final 30% of farm. Oh, they've engaged here with the Wrecking Ball.
Dangerous Ampha. Okay, Claire though being the MVP here, protecting Ampha from more damage. Meanwhile, Bubble Kitty just finding Hex target again and again. We have a DMAC on the Diva and now Telex would go down. Oh, that's a huge bomb by Xenofly getting off 2 kills, and now the Dead Pill does indeed find another target. I think this is a really sad situation for Geiger Counter, and this is it. We have a winner. Barrier Free Car Park wins. Geiger Counter 3-0 right here, right now. in the Singapore Collegiate Clash Finals 2021. We have your new champion here, Team NUS or Team Geiger Team NTU or Team Barrier Free Car Park.
And I said the last fight would revolve around EMP, but it didn't even need it. The engage from the ball just causing so much trouble in the back, and the rest of Barrier Free Car Park just power forward with the speed boost. And well, actually not a speed boost, they're running the Ana in the brick, but they just power forward with the aggression, the nades coming through from the back. You know, Exo's so busy trying to fend off the Hex from Bubble Kitty and the Sombra that's just not able to deal with the Anas. You know, to look at the Ana and stop that immense value coming through from the nades and the sleeps and the long range heal. So, well, the composition from Barrier Free Car Park, something that we haven't seen a lot of in pro play as of late, but they bring it back. They bring back a composition that was in fashion half a year ago, and they absolutely make it work. So, massive congratulations to Barrier Free Car Park. They came out swinging today. They brought in a new style, a new comp, a new meta, and it proved successful.
But you know, guys, I'm really thankful for all your support for both the teams in the chat. I'm actually looking at chat, and you guys are really rooting for your teams there. Team NTU, Team NUS. It's going back and forth. But nevertheless, we will have our newly crowned champions, which is Barrier Free Car Park for 2021. Sorry, and also, guys, I mean, like earlier on, Bubble Kitty was proving to be such a pain in the neck for Team Geiger Counter, right? He was just there being a distraction, and Ampha as well. You know, he is actually working hand in hand with Bubble Kitty.
I mean, we saw Shanghai Dragons pull out the Wrecking Ball in the finals in the June Joust. Maybe some inspiration from there. You know, Ball hasn't really been in the meta for quite some time, but you know, he is one of the most unique tanks in the game. Just the disruption provided by Wrecking Ball is unparalleled, with the boots, with the slams, and of course the minefield to just split an enemy team apart. And it's also one of the hardest tanks in the game, I would say, to play around, because the win conditions are a lot less obvious, and it's far less clear when to engage alongside a Wrecking Ball, as opposed to just a Reinhardt or a Winston. So So the fact that Barrier-Free Car Park were able to make this composition work does speak volumes about the level of practice that they must have put in, the hours of board reviewing and strategizing and planning, just to reach a point where everyone knows what the Wrecking Ball is going to do, how to play around the Wrecking Ball, and of course the Sombra. And it was just great talent on the team combined with a great understanding of the game.
Yeah, great understanding indeed. Also, Claire was really quite instrumental into, making sure that there is enough spy checking going on in the backlines. And also, right, when Empha was running low, that puny little shield by Brigitte, that actually saved team the Ball's life time and time again. Like, whoa, really, Empha, you have to really thank your Brigitte, which is Claire.
I mean, the brick, like you said, is such a crucial piece of puzzle. Just denying so much value from the enemy flankers. Of course, there's a composition difference here. NUS, I think they never went. They were not running the brick definitely for this series, and I think it did make a difference. It does at the end of the day come down to execution. Both teams definitely are just as good. Can be just as good as each other, depending on the context. But at the end of the day, I think NT were just a bit more rehearsed at this composition that they were running. Because, yeah, it's not to say that it wasn't a good showing by Giga Counter. Definitely some attempts at countering what Team Barrier-Free Car Park were running. So let's have a look, for example, at Captain S on the Sombra. Obviously, started out running the McCree, later on went over to Sombra to match. Sometimes the best counter to a good Sombra is your own Sombra.
Yeah, but look at Captain S. I mean, he was actually proving to be, the bane in Barrier-Free Car Park's neck. And he was the one going toe-to-toe against Bubble Kitty, and many, many times again, both these Sombras were actually, proving to face off each other in backlines. I spy check you, you spy check me, and then we have a Sombra v Sombra duel at that time. But look at this. Both DPS were actually really, really helpful for both their teams there. But of course, Geiger Counter did indeed fall a bit short there. But nevertheless, we are going to have an interview later. But let's look at the player of the match for this game.
Well, he's already won this award once today, I believe, and he's going to win it again. It is Xenofly on the off-tank role for Team Barrier-Free Car Park. How many huge bombs did we see from this man? I mean, especially there's the bomb that denied an entire EMP from Captain S from the side of Giga Counter. And time again, these perfectly placed self-destructs, just creating a ton of space, creating so much room for the rest of his team to work with. The cheeky remake kill thrown in there for good measure. Always fun to see, I suppose.
Yeah, I mean, like, Xenofly is consistently proving to be like the reliable off tank that his team can rely on. That's because he is there in the backlines, at one minute, he's in the backlines peeling for the support and also spy checking, and then again in the front lines creating some space so that his team can actually move forwards. And yeah, that was really like something that a team would need to find a constant in. Someone that actually performs consistently. That is what Xenofly is to Barrier-Free Car Park.
Yeah, off-tank is just the jack of all trades. There's so many responsibilities on the team. Helping your other tank, creating space for your DPS, peeling for your support. I mean, that's just, so many things that you have to look out for as a diva, and I think Xenofly performed his role perfectly, to perfection.
All right, guys, don't actually go off right now, because right after this break, we are going to interview some of the players, or maybe whoever that you think is like the suitable player to be interviewed. We are going to come right back with an interview for Team Barrier-Free Car Park, so do stay tuned for that, and we'll be right back. Hello, welcome back. We are live once again. This is the Singapore Collegiate Clash Finals 2021, presented to you by CMG Arena, thanks to Fraudy, and also powered by Stat Banana. And just now, we just witnessed the Battle of the Titans, which was Geiger Counter versus Barrier Free Car Park, and we saw a 3-0 victory on the side of Barrier Free Car Park. That was such really good Overwatch matches to be watching earlier. So right now, I mean, Lumos, like we have some people that we are bringing in, right?
Oh yes, finally we are able to bring to you some interviews with the players. We've been trying to do that all tournament long, but you know, we were already running over schedule yesterday and earlier today, and don't want to, you know, drag out the stream for too long. But it seems that we have Claire from Team NTU's Barrier Free Car Park here on stream. Hello, Claire.
Hey, hi.
See me?
Yeah, I can see you.
Your face is
You're so
on screen.
handsome.
Nice. Oh,
Hey, oh, so handsome.
Nice,
Oh,
nice.
look at the camera lah.
finding girlfriend, finding girlfriend.
Oh, finding girlfriend. Okay. Okay, guys. If you need to sim for Claire, and you know, and he's finding girlfriend, any single available girl out there, you can just DM. You know, I can be the agent. There's no more OK Cupid. There's only a Thaddeus Cupid here. So right, Claire, congratulations on your win. It was certainly a very hard-fought battle as you playing the Brigitte there. Hello, Claire. Can you hear me? Test.
I think the
Can you hear me
stream
now?
may have frozen ever so slightly.
All right,
Hello?
all right. Yes, Claire, can you hear us?
I can
with
hear you.
Lumos now. Yep.
Ah,
Okay.
okay, there we go. Okay.
Okay. All right, the handsome man with the glasses playing the Brigitte there. Okay, first up, how are you feeling right after this sweet victory over your arch nemesis, which is NUS? You know, you are bringing NTU, the whole population of NTU will be like, oh yes, you finally beat NUS, you know? Yeah, because we have technology in our name and whatnot.
That's true.
So how yeah.
Yeah, it was a long awaited matchup, I guess. We've been wanting to face NUS ever since like last year, when we lost to them like really hard in the finals. But
Revenge.
it was an extremely fun match, and we were rooting for NUS to meet us in the finals as well.
Okay.
Well, it's pretty interesting to see you guys make it all the way. Of course, for those of you who may not know, Claire and I are the co-organizers of this tournament, so bit of a coincidence to see you winning the whole thing. No, you know,
Is it
if
rigged?
it's just mere coincidence, or if it's a little bit more than that. No, I'm just kidding. Obviously, it was great watching you guys fight your way through the tournament. You know, you lost to Geiger Counter yesterday in the group stages. Maybe that was a bit unexpected, but it seems you guys came back really strong today. Combined 5-0 in map wins, I believe. So, you know, maybe we can just talk a bit about the match, and specifically the matchup between these two teams. Obviously, it's pretty much the same teams as last year, more give or take a couple of players here and there. How do you feel it was different this time around compared to what happened last year?
I think obviously this year we had Bubble Kitty joining us as well, so I would say that is one of the major differences that happened. But I think it definitely is because we had a little bit more time to prep this year, and I feel that more of us are just like really enjoying the game as well compared to last year. And yeah, even NUS has some new pickups, Yeah, I guess the overall tempo of the games feel different. I felt last year was a lot more scrappy. It was more of like who can like just win the deathmatch fights more. Whereas this year, I think like there were a lot of cool strats, especially from NUS. I think there was a lot of cool strats that we saw from NUS pulling out. And compared to us, I feel like we were a bit more cohesive this year as well. Like we're all tracking a little bit better. Like we're doing a lot more fight planning, and yeah, we also had different pickups as well. So yeah, it was definitely a refreshing change from last year.
And I think we saw last year, Empha ran a lot of the wrecking ball in many of the matches. And at that time, I think we sort of saw it as a bit of a signature pick or a comfort pick. And so coming to this year's tournament, it didn't seem like you guys started out running a lot of the wrecking ball. You guys stuck to more of the conventional compositions that we are seeing from all the different teams. And then towards the end, suddenly the wrecking ball comes out against Dover Poly after you guys are down one map, and it turns everything around, and it just goes so much more smoothly from then. So just a bit of a sandbagging sort of thing. Were you guys hiding strats, or did you guys go, maybe this is going to work, and then it turned out to work super well?
Yeah, I mean, it was definitely not sandbagging for sure, but it was just something that we've thought on the fly, because we realized that we struggled a lot against Dover specifically. And even yesterday when we tried to mirror the brawls against other team, we realized that we don't really have that sort of like cohesiveness when it comes to like the brawl, like when it comes to the target focus especially, or when it comes to like rotating our backline. So we definitely struggled a lot the brawl comms compared to other teams. And like I think the call was made to change after we realized that we weren't getting much value from our back windows. So we decided to try something new, I guess. So all we did was just like everyone pick your one tricks and we go again.
Oh wow, that's amazing. That's amazing to hear. And here we were talking about all the prep what you guys did with the ball combat, etc. And turns out it's just let's pick what we're good at. But that seems to work pretty often for pro teams, and I think it definitely worked for you guys today.
All right. Okay. Also another question I would like to ask Claire. Claire, like, do you feel like you did enough spy checking from the other Sombra? Like, were you swinging enough? Do you cancel enough EMPs and whatnot, or cancel enough ultimates with your hero?
Yeah.
Do you feel you've done your role? You done your role justice though as a pill?
That is true. I mean, first of all, I pure wanted a shout out from this. I'm not sure if the observers caught it, but he cancelled EMP and beat on McCree, and he was scared that it wasn't caught on camera. But yeah, the spy checking was definitely something that we would be prepared for lah. From last year, it feels like NTU strat again, NUS strats again us is just to run the Sombra and just hack Xenoflow every fight. So this year we definitely have a sort of a counter strat to their strat. So this year a lot of our attention is actually given to the Sombra. Actually, we're all constantly trying to find the Sombra. The moment the Sombra's out of the fight, we try to go in. But it was the spy checking was definitely something new for me, especially. I didn't think a lot of people are often facing against another Sombra that always wants to hit your diva and only your diva. So so halfway through the match, we definitely got used to the spy checking. In fact, like I think in Blizzard World we were competing with each other who can stun the most EMPs. So we just played online at different side of the map. We're like, went to Sombra, and then we actually got the EMP stun. It was a good feeling.
Well, I mean, definitely the Kree stun on EMP was definitely caught on camera. The stun on the beat, well, I think I called that as you stunning the EMP, the beat out actually. So
no.
Sorry to Deadpool. Apparently it was him. Yeah, I just saw that you're right. But anyway, elephant in the room. Did Claire secretly buff Brick as organizer? Is the question that.
Did you change any settings?
Yeah, we're using a custom game lobby code, right? So some workshop shenanigans going on there, maybe.
I gave Brick a wall right. So that's why I came working 1v1 against Easy Clap. So yeah, he didn't know that you could wall right his brick, so he wasn't like pressing space at the walls.
I see.
And then I realized he's like playing ground brick the whole time. It's like always in the sky. I was like, why is this guy not wall riding? He's in the patch notes.
I mean, if you give every hero a wall ride, you made things pretty fun. Yeah. But yes, so I mean, a great showing from all the teams, but I think it was clear that you guys, once on the comfort comp, everything just worked so well for you guys. So congratulations again on the win. Maybe we'll see you guys back next year for round 3 when US with NTU.
Yep, definitely. Also not forgetting the, fan favorites here, which is you guys have been voting in the chat that who you think would be the Singapore Collegiate Clash Finals MVP. And the fan favorite has to go to the way of Overclock winning by 45 votes, which is a huge percentage over the next runner-up, which is Asparagus. So really congratulations there. You're the fan favorite. And
I
with that
can't
being said,
possibly imagine why Overclock has that many votes. Like, no idea, honestly. Didn't expect that at all.
yeah. Like some Sombra did some shenanigans in the poll, right? I mean, like what?
Yeah, perhaps.
Okay. So anyway, guys. Okay. With all that being said, I guess that I would like to congratulate you and your team again, Claire, for actually winning. Do you have any like words to say against next year? You know, the teams that you're gonna be facing against, like any scary message you want to invoke some fear towards them, like you better beware if you come against us, we will put the technology in your name. Hey.
I guess I just want to give a shout out to all the teams that participated this year, especially the poly teams who came in clutch this year to like fill out the tournament. I think it definitely would not have been as exciting without all the 7 teams playing for this year. And we just like to give a shout out to the Overwatch community as well, for like really coming together to do this. I think this is really nice from us. It's a good start for us to keep going forward from here. Just to quote one of my friend PM me, is like, how are you guys this excited for a tournament without any prizes? So I think it really shows the fire we had for competing in Overwatch, and I really hope that people can give us more opportunities to do so in the future.
All right. Okay. Also, Lumos, do you have anything to say to the viewers before we actually sign off?
To the viewers, well, thanks so much for your active participation in Twitch chat. Sounds a bit like we're talking about Zoom classes and asking questions. But I think this is a lot more exciting. Yeah, simping going on in the chat. You know, what's new? It's great to see we're bringing the spirit back from last year. Great to see everyone who returned from last year's stream and had a great time once again. And we hope to see you guys again for future events.
Okay, with that being said, that is all the time we have for this stream. And, this would be your champion right again. This is at Team NTU, which is Team Barrier Free Car Park. Again, Claire, congratulations. And you guys actually walk away as the champions. And with that being said, my name is Thaddeus and I'll be signing off. See ya. Bye, guys.